To be a bit annoying.
Make all the difference in the world.
Fed up with people always complaining. Damn it, now I'm also complaining.
Because of the taxes or what?
Oh, it's you again.
It seems I forgot about food. Again. Hello there. My wares never disappoint. Take care.
To say what I value the most in life, how is life treating? See you around. How can I help you? See you around.
How is life treating you? Have a good day.
It's nice. It was nice seeing you.
Every time is a good time for a snowball fight.
How is life treating you?
Best goods in the realm. Have a good day.
Another day, another split.
How do you do? Good luck. Nobody told me what to do, and I'm not going to argue.
Six now. The resources and poems, so I guess I have them. 6. We got 10. Come on.
Oh, hello. Let's make some maple sausage protein pancake bites, shall we? All right, drop 1 pounder. Actually, you know what? Let's put that in our pocket for later and start with 2 cups of protein pancake mix in a mixing bowl. Then add 1.5 cups of your favorite water. Grab your tiny whisk from
Your favorite water.
and then just whisk this till it's all combined. Once it is, now you can grab that sausage from your pocket, rip it out of the package, brown it on a skillet, loop it in. Now you can use whatever sausage you want. Pork sausage, elk sausage, alligator sausage, it doesn't matter. I'm just using turkey sausage because it's a nice, lean protein. Especially since the next ingredient is 1 cup of freshly shredded cheddar cheese, 1/4 cup of pure maple syrup. Just pour that in there, and I don't think your cheese is going to melt on this anymore. So grab the mixy doodle from your pocket and just mix this until it's all beautifully combined like so. And once it is, pick it up and just
Yes,
start
you're mad,
moving it
dude. You're
into a
just
greased
about to
mini
stop
muffin
being
tin like this. It actually fills up 2 muffin tins, but let's just start with 1. Pick it up, throw it in the oven at 400 degrees for about 10 minutes. When it comes out, these little babies are going to be golden and beautiful. Just pour some maple syrup right on top of it. Oh, baby, look at that. Pick it up and put the whole thing in your mouth. Oh, yeah. That's fantastic. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to wash my hands. I'll see you in the comments. Oh, hello. Let's make some maple sausage protein pancake bites, shall we? All right, drop 1 pounder. Actually, you know what? Let's put that in our pocket for later and start with 2 cups of protein pancake mix in a mixing bowl. Then add 1.5 cups of your favorite water. Grab your tiny whisk from your pocket and then just whisk this till it's all combined. Once it is, now you can grab that sausage from your pocket, rip it out of the package, brown it on a skillet, loop it in. Now you can use whatever sausage you want. Pork sausage, elk sausage, alligator sausage, it doesn't matter. I'm just using turkey sausage because it's a nice, lean protein. Especially since the next ingredient is 1 cup of freshly shredded cheddar cheese, 1/4 cup of pure maple syrup. Just pour that in there, and I don't think your cheese is going to work on this anymore. So grab the mixy doodle from your pocket and just mix this until it's all beautifully combined like so. And once it is, pick it up and just start plooping it into a greased mini muffin tin like this. It actually fills up 2 muffin tins, but let's just start with 1. Pick it up, throw it in the oven at 400 degrees for about 10 minutes. When it comes out, these little babies are going to be golden and beautiful. Just pour some maple syrup right on top of it. Oh, baby, look at that. Pick it up and put the whole thing in your mouth. That's fantastic. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to wash my hands. I'll see you in the comments.
$51 and pregnant.
Hey guys, so right now I'm 51 years old. In July I will turn 52. But right now I have a 37-year-old, I have a 36-year-old, I have a 33-year-old, I have a 31-year-old. Those are the boys. I have a 30-year-old, a 29-year-old. Those two are
How many
girls.
kids do you have?
And then I have my 2-year-old son. And I
Girl.
am currently 15
And
weeks
currently pregnant.
with a boy. So altogether, I will have 6 boys, 2 girls. Besides the fact that my children have kids.
Yeah, they're not
Altogether,
your kids.
all 6 kids have a total of 15 grandkids for me.
When I hear stuff like this, right? Both this situation in which this super older woman, 51-year-old woman, is pregnant and have a bunch of kids as well as taking care of a 2-year-old, in addition to people that have a whole lot of kids that they can't necessarily afford and they make life difficult for themselves. This is not the 30s. This is not the 20s. This is not the 50s. This is not the 1800s. And you can't just keep doing this. I think that these type of people in this day and age, as a recording of this video, I think that it's something mentally wrong with it. It has to be something mentally wrong with it. Why would you, and I actually went through her profile and I'll link it down in the description. Why would you get yourself pregnant, right? Went through the IVF process. Also, it looks like she adopted a white baby. And then in addition to the white baby that she adopted, there is no person in her life. The house looks like it's smaller, but I know that IVF costs a lot of money. Some people was telling me last night, because I was talking to the people on the Room 9 panel, and they was telling me that it's upwards of over $20,000 just to get started and stuff like that. And you have to think that it's something mentally wrong with people that do stuff like this. And she got all of these grandkids now. It looks like her grandkids are her biological children. And then she just looks crazy having a small child run all over her. She's not fit. She's not young. It doesn't look like she's in good health. I don't know if she'll even survive long enough to see this baby that she's pregnant with grow up. And then it's like she's having her own grandbabies. And I don't understand it. I don't understand the mentality of people that do crazy stuff. They then record themselves and put themselves on social media and think that it's logical.
Hey guys, so right now I'm 51 years old. In July I was
rolling video. Please enjoy. Remember to put your respirators on for this one. Let's delve into the dark together. The call came in after we had already gone to bed for the night. Our station's blaring loudspeaker alarm forced me to rocket out of a state of half-slumber and sit up in my bunk. The words "fire response" came over the same loudspeaker as I looked at the alert on my phone and saw that only about 30 minutes had passed since I'd closed my eyes. My phone read, "Forcible entry, victim trapped inside of building," followed by an address that I didn't think anything of at the time. I wasn't terribly tired. I never really drifted into a deep sleep while doing overnights at the firehouse, and so I was able to step out of my bunk and quickly make my way to the gear room without having to shake off too much grogginess along the way. It was a cold night in the dead of winter, but my usual bunk room always felt like it's about 100 degrees in there, so I'd gone to bed that night in my usual attire of black gym shorts and a gray t-shirt. The gear room, on the other hand, tends to mimic the outside temperature with near-perfect accuracy, so I mentally prepared myself to step out into the frigid winter air in what was barely more than a pair of skivvies. The cold hit me hard, and I couldn't prevent myself from shivering as I walked past Osgood and Fuller, who already had their turnout pants on and were busy pulling their suspenders over their shoulders. "Feel a little chilly there, rookie," Osgood said. I've been with the department for more than 3 months at this time, but seeing as I was still the newest guy on the payroll, I had not yet shirked that nickname. "A bit," I admitted, as I made it to my locker and began stepping into my pants. "Maybe you can cuddle me when we get back, Ozzy." The guys laughed at that. Methods of tickling their funny bones had been some of the first things I had learned while working there. Once we all had our pants on, we grabbed the rest of our gear and began walking into the apparatus bay. Price, our driver, was already in the driver's seats of the rescue, his gear stashed in the cab where Fuller and I would be sitting. It always blew me away how quickly the guy managed to get ready during nighttime calls. The other guys all said that he didn't sleep when he worked overnights, and instead spent all night sitting in the bay, just waiting for the call that may not have ever been coming. Fuller and I jumped into the cab, and Osgood climbed into the officer's seat up front. Price had the rescue peeling out of the bay before I even had my seatbelt on. "You got the address, right, Price?" Osgood asked our driver. Price nodded. "Yeah." "Do you recognize it?" "Yeah," the driver said again. "How could someone possibly be trapped in there?" "I don't know," Price said, "but I don't like it." "What's so weird about that address?" I asked, confused by the conversation. "It's the address of that supermarket that shut down a while back," Fuller said. "Not just shut down," Osgood said. 10 months ago, it was completely abandoned out of the blue. It's been closed up ever since. There's no way somebody could be trapped in there." "Maybe some teenagers broke in or something," I said. "What do the notes say?" "Somebody called 911 and said that they were stuck," Osgood explained. "They said, 'I can't get out,' a handful of times before they hung up the phone. Dispatch couldn't get any other details from the caller before the line got disconnected." "Maybe it's someone pulling a prank," I offered. Fuller shook his head. "The notes say the call came from the landline in the office at the back of the store. Whoever made the call definitely made it from inside the building." Price practically glanced in Osgood's direction while he drove. "So what's the plan then, officers?" Osgood, evidently not finding anything useful in the digital system while browsing through the tablets sitting in front of him on the dash, flipped through the binder of old pre-plans resting on his lap. When he found the page he was looking for, he took half a minute to skim its details. "We'll pull around back and enter through the door in the rear," he eventually said. "You boys back there good to do some forceful entry?" "Yeah," Fuller said. He looked at me. "You take the Halligan. I'll take the axe." I nodded. "All right." Our conversation went dormant as we continued our way to the scene of the call. The frigidity from the outside world seeped into the cabin as we drove, as I soon found myself shivering once again. Pulling on my turnout coat helped the cold some, but I still found myself wishing desperately that I could be back in that 100-degree bunk room. I silently resented whoever had called us out here to such a brutal winter night. We were almost certainly in the midst of being pranked by some kids. With any luck, we would arrive on scene and find them outside without ever having to enter the building, where we could quickly scold them for wasting emergency resources before returning back to the warmth and comfort of our station. We still had a long, cold night ahead of us, and I prayed to God that this would be our only call before my shift ended at 6 a.m. Osgood looked at Fuller and me in the rearview mirror. "Get your packs on now, boys," he said. "I want everyone on air. We ain't taking any chances with the air quality of this place, considering how long it's been sealed up." "You think it's going to be dangerous in there?" Fuller asked. "Well, no," Osgood said, "but it can't hurt to be safe." I resisted the urge to groan. Going on air meant we'd have to refill the cylinders when we got back. Of course, we could have just slapped fresh tanks into the SCBAs and left the used ones in the engine bay until morning, but if Osgood didn't insist on refilling them right away, then Price most certainly would. Our long night just got a few minutes longer. Osgood, Fuller, and I all pulled our SCBAs over our shoulders and began tightening the straps. Price's pack was in a compartment just outside of the driver's side door, so he wouldn't be able to get it on until after we arrived. None of us pulled our masks on yet. We knew we would likely have to force the rear door, and we didn't want to fog up the face coverings with the effort. We arrived at the strip mall where the abandoned supermarket lived and had to drive the length of the shopping center before we could loop around to the rear side. Much like our destination, most, if not all, of the storefronts along the strip appeared to be devoid of business. It was difficult to make out many details in the dark, but from my spot in the cab, I could see that several storefronts lacked any kind of signage or branding out front. And those that did possess those things looked to be in a varying state of disrepair. The road we drove on, as well as the parking lot on our left side, were riddled with potholes that were stared down upon by row after row of completely dead or rapidly flickering streetlights. The entire place felt incredibly eerie. It was as if we were driving straight into an apocalyptic hellscape that existed only a few short minutes from our fire station. Price pulled around back, and we disembarked for the rescue. Osgood approached the rear of the supermarkets while Price put on his SCBA, and Fuller and I grabbed a set of irons from the rescue tools compartment on the truck. We had also each grabbed a flashlight from the cab with the apparatus before stepping outside. They hung from our sides by their straps and gently bumped against our hips as we approached the structure. The building's rear wall was constructed of old, faded, crumbling brick. A single loading dock, complete with a rusty iron shutter, was carved out of a section of the wall. A couple of yards from this dock was a small concrete platform, accessible by both a staircase and a ramp of the same material. A metal door existed at the top of the platform on the same wall as the shutter. Osgood was already standing outside of this door. Price was climbing the steps while Fuller and I approached with our tools. I followed Fuller up the stairs to the platform and stepped forward, ready to shove the fork end of my Halligan into the door frame. Price stopped me by placing a firm hand on my shoulder before shaking his head. "Don't they teach you to try before you pry anymore, rookie?" he said. I frowned, taking a step back. They do," I said sheepishly. "Sorry." Osgood laughed. "I guess you can't blame the guy for being a little eager." He wrapped a gloved hand around the door's handle, gripping the latch and pulling. Much to my surprise, the door put up no resistance as it came away from its frame. Osgood noted my change in expression and grinned. "Don't look so surprised," he said. "The caller to get into the building somehow, after all." "Yeah," I said. "I guess you're right." Osgood released his grip on the door and allowed it to fall back into place. "All right," he said. "Let's get on air and get this over with." We did as our officer instructed and pulled our masks onto our faces before we opened our air cylinders. I heard my SCBA's low-pressure alarm ring briefly, indicating new airflow, before I attached my regulator to my mask. My next breath allowed a small blast of air to fill my mask and kiss my mouth and nose. When we were all ready and our breaths were coming in the form of slow, deliberate swallows, Osgood once again opened the door. Price stepped inside first, followed by Fuller, and then me, with our officer bringing up the rear. The metal door groaned shut behind us, cutting off our portal to the outside world. All four of us clicked on our flashlights and began scanning our new environment with our beams. We found ourselves in a tight, dark hallway. Its walls were made of plain, off-white brick, its floor a long stretch of worn gray vinyl, floated and flitted through the air all around us. "Fire department!" Osgood yelled. His words sounded mechanical and distant through his SCBA's voice amplifier. When he received no response, he lowered his voice and directed it at us. "The pre-plan says the office should be just up ahead." He led the way through the passage until we came upon a door on the wall to our left. It hung slightly ajar. The space beyond it was bathed in darkness. "This should be it," he said. Osgood slowly pushed the door open and allowed the flashlight attached to his turnout coat to illuminate the space beyond the threshold. He then took a cautious step inside. "Fire department," he called again. "Is anybody in there?" The rest of us stood in the hallway while our officers searched the office. All three of our pass systems, the blaring alarm on our SCBAs that starts going off when we've been standing idle for too long, began to sound while we waited. We all needed to shake our SCBAs in order to silence the alarms, a process that came as second nature to us. After about 30 or 40 seconds in the office, Osgood came back out into the hall and closed the door shut behind him. "It's empty," he said. "But the phone's hanging on the receiver. It's got a dial tone." "So then somebody actually was here," I said. Fuller glanced down the hallway from which we had just come. "But why would they need to call 911 if they were this close to the exit?" Osgood shrugged. "Beats me, but I think somebody really did make that call from inside of this place. Maybe it actually was a prank after all," I suggested. "Might have been," Price said. "Doesn't change the fact that we still have to search this whole damn place. How's everybody doing on air?" press on. Price said, if someone is still alive in here, then we need to pull them out ASAP. We're not properly equipped for this. Fuller said, we should be in hazmat suits in an environment. Check the storage area. We see no sign of anyone. Find anything? The driver nodded, and our two small groups went off in our separate directions. I didn't know what to say to my companion. He had always been the hardest person at the station to strike up a conversation with, so we remained silent as we conducted our search. We followed the mold-covered wall and weaved past shelves consumed by fungus. After rounding a corner, we came across a little door that was largely covered in mass, and which was only identifiable by the handle that stuck out from the blanket of mold. I figured this door leads into the loading dock based on the pre-plan. I said. We took hold of the handle and tried to open the door, but it remained firmly in place. But I doubt we can go in there anyway. This door looked like it's been shut tight for a long time. Any potential victim in here would have made it past this thing. We continued on for another minute or so before we spotted Osgood and Fuller. When we reached them, we found that they were waiting for us in front of a pair of swinging doors. One of the doors was slightly ajar. It was pushed away from us and stuck in place, just like how the middle door had been. You took so long, I was getting ready to radio you. Osgood said. We were looking at something back there. I said. He looked at the bonus case double doors. I'm guessing you two are the ones who pushed that open. Correct. The officer said. Which means whoever was in here went farther into the store. Which means we need to keep going. I expected another protest from Fuller. The man remained silent. After another quick oxygen check, during which we confirmed that we all had close to 3/4 of our cylinders left, we continued on into the store proper. Osgood pushed against the stuck door similarly to how he had the previous one, before leading the way into the space beyond it. I did not think that the particles, that the mold spores, could have gotten any worse than they already were. But I was wrong. They were so thick and oppressive that I could hardly see beyond their dense curtain. The haze partially reflected my flashlight's beams back at me. It felt as if I was surrounded by the smoke of a burning building, or as if I had been swallowed by a heavy, ravenous heart. An even greater quantity of mold infested this new place. Into the shadows beyond the reach of my flashlight, it oozed out of a nearby frozen food chiller, making it look as if the waist-high container was overflowing with ice. Hard foreman. Osgood called again. Is anybody in here? His echoed voice was the only thing to respond to him. It's going to take us forever to search this place. Fuller said. Let's move quickly. Osgood said. Same pairs as before. We'll go along the perimeter wall. We haven't found anything by the time we meet up. Then we'll begin searching the aisles one by one. Any questions? Nobody responded. Good. Let's get this over with before we start getting low on air. Osgood and Fuller once again began moving left along the outer wall of the supermarket, while Price and I began
taxes paid, and then I'll buy that.
Direction after taking only a few short steps, and was slightly alarmed to see that the beams of their flashlights had already been completely consumed by swirling mold spores. In a matter of seconds, it had become as if they had never existed at all. I walked with Price for another couple of minutes, while swinging my flashlight and holding my house the other. I had yet to use the tools since entering the structure, and I considered offering it to my companion, who held nothing in his hands. He, like Osgood, had a flashlight attached to his coat, but I decided against it. I feared that the older man would think I was trying to pawn the Halligan off to him, and I did not want him to believe me to be lazy. The silence in that space was almost overwhelming. It was as if the miasma of mold was muffling any and all ambient sound that would come through, while somehow also creating a harsh noise that rattled my brain and
Whatever.
from the inside out. The only sounds to break up the quiet were our soft footsteps against the fungus-covered floor and the rhythm of our regular mechanical breaths. I checked my cylinder's pressure again as we walked. It had not gone down much since the last time I had looked at it, but I was worried about suddenly going low on air in such an inhospitable environment. Of course, I knew that I would activate a low-pressure alarm before things things got too dicey, but my paranoia told me that there was always the chance that the trigger would not function, and I would wind up sucking my mask to my face before I knew it, suddenly forced to choose between imminent suffocation and breathing those toxic, putrid particles. Eventually the silence became unbearable, and at risk of wasting more oxygen, I spoke.
What do you think causes this place to get like this?
At first, Price didn't answer, and for a moment I thought that he intended not to, but then his robotic-sounding words escaped from his voice amplifier.
Don't know,
he said.
I ain't never seen anything like this.
I glanced at some of the nearby freezers as we walked. Beyond the sheets of mold that fogged up the glass, I could see rows upon rows of once-frozen meals still sitting in their spots on the shelves.
I guess they abandoned this place with everything still in it,
I said.
Maybe that's what caused all this mold to grow. This place has only been abandoned for less than a year,
he said.
It shouldn't have gotten this bad in such a short time.
I considered this for a moment.
Well, I guess it doesn't really matter what caused it to get like this,
I said.
We're only here to find a potential victim, and that's all we have to worry about right now.
Price nodded.
That's right. Leave the more complicated stuff in the higher pay
I
grade where it
don't think
belongs.
the actual
Plus, you're
tools are
finally starting
correct.
to get
One,
it,
that's
rookie.
probably the hunting
We kept
knife.
going for another minute or so in silence. I continued to scan the way ahead of us with my flashlight beam for all the good it did me in that dark, gloomy space. The spore haze seemed like it was growing thicker the more we walked, and the more dense it was, the more difficult it
I think
was for
that's
our
always
beams to
wrong
penetrate it.
because if there's two
For
spots,
this
it
reason,
expects there to be two
when I saw
knives.
movement in one of the aisles from out
Every
of the
time.
corner of my vision,
Oh,
I
it's
didn't quite
terrible.
believe my
Dang
own
it.
eyes.
Get out.
I came to an immediate stop and turned my flashlight down the aisle in question. Price, looking at me, did the same.
What is it?
He asked.
Change this
I
a little bit.
don't know,
I said.
but I thought I saw something moving down there. A
Yeah,
person.
there is.
I
Oh, who's
don't know.
missing something?
I said again.
It could have been. It also could have been my eyes playing tricks on me. It's hard to tell in here. We should check it out regardless.
I hesitated.
Are you sure we should head off the path? We told Ozzy and Fuller that we wouldn't start checking aisles until we met up again. It could be the victim.
Price said. He brought his hand up to the radio, mic strapped to his collar.
Price to Ozzy.
There was a pause before Osgood's crackling voice came over the speaker.
Go ahead, Price. The rookie thought he saw something down one of the aisles. We're going to check it out. We'll let you know if we find anything. Copy that.
Osgood said.
Just be careful.
Price nodded, as if the man on the other side of the conversation could see the gesture.
Always.
The two of us began creeping down the aisle. Without thinking, I looked up at the sign above my head as I passed it. We were walking into the canned goods aisle. Part of me wanted to chuckle. The items down that aisle would probably have still been edible, assuming one felt so inclined to dig free the layer of fungus that guarded them. I couldn't say the same for almost anything else in the store.
Fire department.
Price called, speaking that familiar mantra.
Is anybody there?
Silence. Price and I got to the center of the aisle, right around to where I had seen the movement earlier. We searched around the place with our flashlights, but we turned up nothing. As far as either of us could tell, we were completely alone in that passage, surrounded on all sides by preserved foods covered in an ever-growing blanket of death.
See anything?
My companion asked. When I shook my head, he brought his hand up to his radio.
Price to Ozzy. Turns out it was a false alarm. We'll get back to the outer wall and continue on.
The sound of crashing glass behind us brought his words to an abrupt end. Price removed his hand from his radio as he and I turned to look in the direction from which he had just come. On the floor, a few yards away, lay what I could just barely make out to be a shattered jar, its contents spilling out onto the floor and mixing with the mold that lived there.
You all right, Price?
Osgood said over the radio. My companion ignored the question. Instead, he and I shared a brief glance before we took a cautious step toward the ruined jar.
Hello?
Price said.
Is somebody?
His words were replaced by a sudden shout as his feet were pulled out from under him, and he landed on his back with a terrible crash. Price began sliding along the moldy floor in the direction that we had just been facing. His yells were mangled by the harsh screech of his SCBA scraping along beneath his back. I rushed through the darkness after my taken companion, but he was moving far too quickly for me to keep up with him. He would have soon been lost to the shadows, but he managed to reach out and grab onto a shelf divider as he was pulled past it. The thing dragging him continued in its effort, but he managed to hold on long enough for me to reach his side. Wrapped around his leg was a long, swarming tendril that stretched on into the shadows beyond where my flashlight beam could see. It fought desperately to break Price free of his anchor, which he held onto for dear life. Dropping my flashlight and allowing it to come to a rest at the end of its strap at my side, I took my Halligan into both hands and lifted it to my head before bringing the fourth end down upon the angry tendril. Matter was severed from matter as both ends of the tentacle, now free of each other, writhed on their own. The end wrapped around Price's leg released its grip, and it began to violently contort on the ground, the longer section quickly darting away from the blow and disappearing into the darkness. I took my Halligan into one hand and used the other to grab Price by the arm. He desperately backed away from the twisting mass as I helped him to his feet. After taking a few moments to catch our breath, we cautiously approached Price's attacker. It looked to me, in the dim light of my flashlight's beam, to be a tendril of moldy, twisting flesh and unholy union of fungus and meat. It continued to squirm on the floor, but without its main body to support it, its efforts were ineffective.
What the hell is that?
I asked.
I don't know.
Price said, out of breath.
But we need to get out of here.
I noticed a sudden hissing noise, which prompted me to lean toward Price. My stomach sank as I realized that the sound was his quickly depleting air source.
I think your cylinder ruptured when the thing attacked you.
I said.
We need to get you outside. Not until we find the others.
Price said.
We can both go off of your cylinder for a bit if we need to.
He quickly changed a knob on his radio.
I'm going to contact dispatch. See if you can get a hold of Ozzy and Fuller.
As he began his transmission to the outside world, I brought my hands to my own radio mic and pressed the button to begin my transmission.
This is Search Team 2 to Search Team 1.
I said. A few moments of silence passed, during which I did not receive the go-ahead to speak.
Come in, Ozzy. Are you there?
I was met with a further silence.
Ozman? Fuller? Are either of you there? I can't get in touch with dispatch.
Price said.
Rabbit 4-0.
No good on reaching the others either.
I said.
Damn it.
He said.
Then we're just gonna have to.
Thought the roofs
A
came.
horrible screeching wail suddenly came blaring through both of our radios. It was so loud that we could hear the original sound coming from the other side of the building. The radio was unnecessary to broadcast that cry of primal, desperate distress.
That sounded like Fuller.
Price said as we both looked in the direction of the scream. He had hardly finished his sentence before the blaring alarm of a pass device shattered the atmosphere all around us. Price did not even glance my way before he took off in the direction of the shrill noise. I offered one final glance at the still squirming tendril of flesh before rushing after him. I squared up next to my companion, and together we sprinted out of our aisle and toward the source of the commotion. The pass alarm grew in volume and intensity as we ran until it finally reached its final, ear-splitting evolution. We rounded a corner and soon found ourselves in the midst of its mighty, overwhelming song. The sound was coming from the space that had once served as the store's meat department. A gigantic mass of writhing, undulating, mold-infused meat grew from the remains of the department's display case, which had long since ruptured from the pressure created by the abomination that we now gazed upon. The mycotic mound of once flesh squirmed and lurched as its Stygian body continued to intrude into the space beyond the display. We quickly spotted the source of the massive arm, the meaty silhouette of one of our companions. It would turn out to be Osgood. Stood completely still, with all the flesh consumed the last of his body. His pass alarm became muffled as the mask closed around any remaining apertures through which the sound could escape. The screaming SCBA's flashing orange lights continued to gleam through the coffin of carrion before they too were completely ingested. What looked to be the outlines of several arms, legs, and even faces stretched out from the squirming heap of meat. The muted, agonized groans of our swallowed companion joined the chorus of indistinct voices that called out from the tumulus of wriggling death.
I can't get out.
I thought I heard one of the voices say. I also thought I heard another one say the word stuck, but I couldn't be certain. Their words sounded more like the primal cries of panicked animals than the intelligent sentences of human beings.
Mother of God.
Bryce muttered next to me. Fuller stood at the very limits of this advancing mass. Several fleshy tendrils were wrapped around his legs and hips and torso and pulled at him as he desperately swung at his attackers with an axe. I rushed to Fuller's side and began digging at the tendrils with my Halligan. He managed to sever one of the muscly vines as it worked, but two more quickly took its place. They managed to easily dodge his incoming blows. One latched itself around his neck, while the other splashed against his mask. The mask shattered with enough force to disconnect his regulator. I only heard his scream for a brief moment before the mass of fungi and meat filled his mouth and nose and completely consumed his face. I instinctively tried to step away from the mound of twisting tissue, but I was stopped when one of the fungal tendrils lashed out and grabbed onto my boot. Price rushed forward and grabbed the axe from Fuller's hand moments before the flesh had fully consumed its victim. He brought the axe down on the matter, creeping its way up my boot. I was able to pull my foot away from the larger mass and managed to shake away any meat that remained there, setting myself free.
Come on,
Price said. He turned and ran away from the growing wall of carrion without looking to see if I was following after him. Needless to say that I was. I also did not turn back to offer our lost companions a final glance, for fear of losing all hope at the sight of the monstrous formation of meat that so desperately sought to add us to its ranks. We cut through the nearest aisle in our desperate flight towards the exit. Tendrils of matter rushed toward us as we fled. Each of us swung our respective tools turned to weapons at our encroaching foes. Fungal flesh splattered against the shells on either side of us. We did not stop to admire the works of art that we left behind. Soon, our exit came into view. I was filled with a fresh burst of hope that was quickly dashed into oblivion when I suddenly noticed that I was running by myself. I turned back around and spotted Price crouched on the floor a few yards back. He desperately hacked and sucked at a regulator that was no longer providing him with any oxygen. In my frantic effort to escape, I had not noticed the sound of his low air alarm. I did not know how long he had struggled on while fighting against his need to breathe. A tentacle exploded from out of the darkness and wrapped around the arm holding his axe. I took a step toward him, but he used his free hand to rip his suffocating regulator free of his mask. Go, he shouted as spores filled his lungs. Two more tendrils grabbed hold of him and began pulling him deeper into the shadows. He did not scream.
Wrong animal. I need some boards.
They made themselves at home.
What are you doing?
Sprinted away from my companion. It seemed to take me hours to reach the swinging doors that led into the storage area, but at long last, I finally stepped beyond this threshold. I continued to run, my breathing coming in the form of heavy mechanical gasps as I reached the partially opened door that led into the back hallway. I did not think that I would find the strength to force my heavy, sweating body through that tight aperture, but I somehow managed to make it to the other side. The way outside was now in sight. All I had to do was make it to the other side of that impossibly long hallway. Something latched onto my back, halting my progress. My next step got heavier, as did my next, until I could no longer move forward. Looking over my shoulder, I saw multiple tendrils latched onto the back of my SCBA. I desperately began tearing at my airbag strap while silently cursing the fact that the thing was so thoroughly secured to my body. Soon, everything was pulled loose, and all that remained was one strap pulled over my shoulder. I took one final gasp of air from my regulator before I tore it from my mask and brought the bottom of my hood up to cover the new opening. I then released the SCBA strap from my shoulder. The air pack fell backwards into the tendrils that so desperately pulled against it. In the same moment, I managed to sprint away from the lost air source and rushed the rest of the way toward my exit. My lungs burned as I tore open the metal door standing between me and the outside world. I scrambled onto the cement platform and quickly slammed the door behind me. It wasn't until I was down the stairs and halfway to the rescue before I finally pulled my hood away and took a huge, gasping breath. Fresh air never tasted so good before, but I did not have time to enjoy it. I rushed to the rescue, climbed into the officer's seat, and reached for the radio attached to the center console. But my hand did not even make it halfway to its destination before the speaker came to life with the anguished, tortured wails of my 3 lost companions. And that's it. Thank you everybody for listening. I know that there was a day that I missed 30 I apologize. It'll be a day longer for the next 13:30 upload as a means of, keeping the tradition going. Yeah, I hope that you guys are enjoying the upload. Thank you all for supporting myself and my team. And thank you for listening to these cool fucking stories, man. Yeah, have a good day or night. Talk to you all next time. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Oh. I don't have a mine available, but I don't know if I can watch a lot more. More even if I push. I mean, I do my own woodwork. You're still working on that.
Hello, everybody. Hope you're doing well. Some of you may have seen my community post about the new album of music that I put out, which has a lot of my songs from the stories. Some of them you may have heard already, some of them are new that haven't been released yet. But I'll put a link to that in the pinned comment in case you want to check it out. It should be on pretty much all streaming platforms like Spotify, iTunes, Apple Music, Google Music, Google Play. No, that's not the story. Hey, it's on all that stuff. But here is the new logo for the music channel. And from that, I made this little card-looking thing. Don't really know what I'll use it for yet, but I think it looks pretty sick. But if you check out the album, I hope you like it. It seems that the most popular song off of it so far is Footsteps, which I really liked making. That one was one I made for the Pen Pal story. And if you'd like to listen to these stories on Spotify and iTunes and all that, you can look me up on there. I have a podcast on there called just The Dark Somnium. And the last thing I'll say is I made another community post just asking you all if you preferred just longer stories, or if you wouldn't mind some shorter stories sprinkled in between the longer ones. And based on what everyone said, I think I'll probably start doing some shorter ones, but I probably will stay at least around 30 minutes. I'm still going to aim for the hour-long stories like I normally do, hopefully longer. But yeah, just let me know what you think. And with that said, enjoy the story. How I ended up in this godforsaken place isn't anywhere near as interesting as how I got out of it. But, in short, I assaulted someone who deserved it. I tried, unsuccessfully, to take out his whole little group of friends with my bare hands when I'd finally tracked them down. An anonymous tip had come in as to where I may find them, and I wasted no time getting the jump on them. Clearly, I'd gotten too eager and made too much noise, as the police were there and saw me throwing fists on top of their main man. The victim had high-ranking connections, and instead of going to a normal prison, I went to a supermax facility due to the severity of the beating and the threat I posed to him in his business. In short, he had his hands deep in the pockets of many powerful lawmakers who enjoyed what he did. And surprise, surprise. It took them a while to get me sentenced, and the other man I attacked went down for it, but the main guy I targeted, the one who absolutely deserved it, nah. He bought his way out. What a shocker. And thanks to him, instead of getting 18 months, I got 5 years. So you can imagine how I felt when my dumb 30-year-old ass wound up in a prison full of some of the worst monsters you could ever imagine. The prison was not dissimilar to Panopticon. A central tower rose out of Solitary, all the way up the circularly designed prison, and the main control center aligned with Level 1, where Gen Pop resided. They had maybe 1/10 the staff to the prison's inmate population, but if you have eyes on every inmate with a shock collar affixed for troublemaking, well, you're bound to behave. Oh yeah, we had fucking shock collars affixed to us upon entry. The governor deemed us too dangerous to be allowed unrestrained freedoms, but wanted to focus on cognitive rehabilitation by giving us those freedoms and punishing us harshly for any perceived threatening behavior. Believe it or not, it stuck quite well. Sure, someone would test the mettle of the staff and the warden, make rude comments to start, and then escalate to trying to beat a guy to death. But the shocks would only intensify until the poor guy was on the ground pissing his pants, or in one horrible case, eyes popping out of the skull, as the smell of his melting flesh stank up the whole joint. It didn't eat a grilled cheese for a while after that one, let me tell you. I was assigned a bunkmate, as most inmates are. Polly didn't say much. He was a scrawny guy who kept to himself and minded his business. Worked for me. I didn't want to make any friends while I was in there, and the guys who were too friendly were not the ones I wanted to be close to. About 6 months in, I got a letter pushed through my cell door. It's the middle of the night, and the lights are still beaming around, but you can never fucking tell if you're being watched or not. So, it was largely just for show. Stumbling over, I grabbed the black envelope and opened it at my desk. I kept the light off so as to not disturb Polly. After reading the contents, I'm glad I did. Inside, written on some dried-up material that I assumed was parchment, was a sponsorship letter.
There.
Dear
Beautiful.
Mr. Alejandro, welcome to your new sponsorship program. We are the AF Trust, a charitable organization whose sole aim is to rehabilitate inmates, fund their good behavior, and help them function with the difficulties of prison and beyond. We chose you due to your prior circumstances, unique set of skills that we feel will be transmutable in the working world post-sentence, and due to the fact you'd be receptive based on the help we offered. We differ from other organizations insofar that while they rely on wellness checks, meditation, and putting their faith in gods, we instead have a more holistic approach. We want you to give in to your primal desires. If you are so interested, please see the affixed second note. By breaking the seal, you are entering into an agreement with the AF Trust and must see the contract through to the end. We can assure you that, if you should accept, your behavior will be noted and you will be recommended for early release by the parole board. We look forward to hearing from you. As our patron says, always follow the light, the lure in the darkness.
I don't know what it was, but the letter had me transfixed. It had a soft odor to it, like walnuts or almonds mixed with something I couldn't place. It put me in a malaise, and I instinctively reached for the second, smaller letter hidden in the seam of the parchment. A common practice when smuggling in sensitive info, though how they didn't find it when screening this letter is beyond me. Sure enough, it had a thick black wax seal stamped over it, the image of some kind of animal prominently displayed as I tore it in half and carried on reading.
Excellent choice, Mr. Alejandro. The Panopticon cannot see you right now. It will not see you for approximately 9 more minutes, at which point they will conduct a random inspection of the cell. You will need to complete your first job for us within that time frame. Your cellmate, Paulie Torino, is a convicted sex offender. He isn't in for those charges this time, but you know how it is. The guards will ensure that few know about it so as to protect his life and status. They assumed nobody would find out, but we did. That isn't the reason you should kill Paulie, though. Just an added incentive. No, the reason you should kill him is twofold. Number one, He was under the employ of the gentleman you accosted 6 months ago for your own personal reasons. He testified against you in exchange for immunity for what he did, and the promise of a lighter sentence with more privileges. And number 2, he was given the same letter as you this morning. He's been waiting for this moment, and now it truly is kill or be killed. You will be compensated appropriately both in prison favors and financially for your troubles. Good luck. Follow the law.
For the first time in a long time, I felt fear run through me. Polly was a scrawny little shit, but any person is dangerous with enough motivation, and being locked up in a small cell. I kept my eyes fixed on the letter as I strained my ears to hear for Polly. Sure enough, he'd risen out of his bed and was tiptoeing towards me. He couldn't be more than 2 steps away. Did you do it? Were you there when he did what he did? I breathed. The footsteps stopped. I could hear his heart beating in his chest.
Yeah, I was. I'd do it again, too. She was one fine piece of...
Before he could finish, I turned around, and with fists tightly clenched and mind focused, I hit him in the chest with everything I had. The air escaped his lungs and shot out around his body, sending him backwards into his bed and making the most god-awful wheezing sound imaginable. I used a technique I'd avoided in so long, even in the incident 6 months ago. But I could not forgive such an egregious act. I stood over him for 5 minutes, watching him panic as his heart struggled to beat, the fear in his eyes as his breathing grew shallower and eventually dissipated, a slight froth in his mouth. At the 9-minute mark, just as the letter predicted, they called a random inspection. I was feigning sleep in my bunk bed when they came in and saw what had happened. They assumed he died in his sleep, and due to his past proclivities, there wasn't exactly much sympathy going around. The investigation was short, and since my technique is designed for stealth, it never brought any charges against me, so I moved on. A couple of weeks pass, and I'm still on my own in the cell. Another letter arriving in the dead of night, slipped under the door with no visible or audible person walking away after. Strange, but whatever. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth, right? Opening it up, the contents this time were surprising, to say the least. It was far more informal and to the point. Not that I minded.
Mr. Alejandro, there were 3 more men involved in what happened that rainy night up by the Myopic Road. 2 of them are housed here in the Panopticon. All of them will meet their end by your hand. Do this and you will find yourself suddenly free and with a job in mind. The first is now a lifer down in Gen Pop. He walks with a limp and was the one holding her down. Be wary. He is not what he seems. Seek him out at night. You will have a job opportunity that should allow you to get close. If you do this right, you will not be caught. Same as last time. Follow the law.
The following week, I'd been given a laundry job by the warden in light of good behavior. This involved going around the various inmates' cells late at night, getting their dirty clothes and taking them away. Standard stuff, really. But it gave me an opportunity to socialize and get close to the target, a guy known as Withers down in Gen Pop. Second night in, I passed through level 3, amid security risks, when someone put an object in with their clothes, not looking at me as they did so. I'm no fool. If someone offers you something that could get both of you caught, you carry on. Nobody snitches. I waited until I turned a corner into the laundry room, where the Panopticon didn't follow us to see what it was. My heart skipping a beat when I unfurled the thick sweater to see it. A silver stake, aerosol, and a lighter. This motherfucker was a Strigoi. I told you before I was housed with monsters, and I wasn't kidding. This isn't your usual run-of-the-mill prison. It's a facility housing all manner of beasts, both the human and nightmare variety. Believe me if you want, but anyone with half a brain knows the government has a lot of secrets and a lot of facilities you do not go near. This is one of them. The guy I beat up used those connections to send me into the literal snake pit, hoping they'd eat me alive before long and keep his dirty secrets at bay. In any case, I took the items and strapped them to my body with a ripped-up vest, then put a sweater over it to disguise any awkward shapes, hoping it'd be enough. As I went near Withers' cell, I could hear the old guy snoring away, his bunkmate nowhere to be seen, but the door opened. I could have announced myself or woken him up to put us on equal footing, but I'm not here to play nice, and I didn't want to risk the shock collar going off. Stepping inside, I pulled the cell door closed and strained my eyes to see him, turned over and facing the wall as his labored breathing grew louder. I pulled the stake free from underneath and walked closer, having to use a lighter just to see what I was doing. From the angle he was sleeping, I couldn't pierce his heart, so I had to think on my feet. "Hey, Withers, laundry day," I whispered, nudging him.
I know why you're here, son. You got the letter, didn't you?
He didn't turn, but I could hear his teeth clenching. I held my nerve. "I did. You want to make this easy on me?" He chuckled, pulling the blanket over his head, still turned away.
Fuck off. I did what I did, and I have no regrets. You couldn't stop us then. You can't stop me now. Panopticon sees it all.
Something stirred under the blankets, like he was shuddering.
If you want to test me, then you best strike first, lad. Because I'm getting hungry. After this.
Left hand firmly clutching the stake, right hand reaching out for the blanket. I pulled it over my head and slammed down the stake as hard as I could, hitting nothing but the mattress. Something dripped on my shoulder, and a low growl filled the room. Slowly casting my eyes up, I came face to face with an ugly, emaciated creature. His skin pulled back, the nose turned up, and the eyes narrowed and yellowed with darkness where the whites of his eyes should be. His mouth was open, each tooth razor sharp and honed to kill, bright white with flecks of saliva and blood oozing down them. At that moment, I felt like a piece of meat being fed to a lion, an all-encompassing kind of terror that forces your fight or flight to kick in. He lunged, and I barely had time to step aside, his face careening with the concrete. I knew that I'd just cost myself time, and if I was unsuccessful, they'd be on me in 60 seconds. Waiting for him to circle around and lunge again, I gripped the stake with both hands, and as he leapt forward, ducked down and allowed his body to sink into mine, the stake plunging through his chest as a hiss left his mouth. Pushing him off, he lay on the ground, wheezing and choking.
You stupid fuck. This ain't enough. I'll just recoup and come after you twice as strong. It'll be just like with your little bitch, but more lively.
He coughed and spluttered as he tried to cackle, but the bravado left him as he saw the lighter and aerosol can held out in front of me. Well, you know what they say, Withers. Revenge is a dish best served cold. I took a long look at this pathetic creature, knowing what he'd done and how ironic he was in the same position she was. And in that moment, I felt nothing. But who the fuck cares what the experts say? I'll take piping hot revenge any day of the week. I pushed down on the can and watched the ball of flame erupt from the lighter and make contact with Withers' flesh, searing him and everything around him. I turned on my heel and walked to the door, knowing the fire would cover any of my tracks. I was right. Withers was a known smoker, and it was determined he'd simply fallen asleep with a lit cigarette in his cell, starting the fire. Didn't make a ton of sense to me, but I'm not going to question my good fortune. A month passes before the next note comes through. I'm almost too eager for the routine, for the chance to get my revenge and be free of this prison.
Mr. Alejandro, 2 men remain, one of which is going to attempt to kill you in the showers tomorrow evening. You may have realized that each of these men has also received a letter, but this is our way of ensuring a fair fight and forging you through fire. He will have an entourage with him, someone you will not need to kill. If you choose to, it will not be judged upon. In this place, it is your survival over theirs. The target is a drug lord. He has only been here for a few months, and while his sentence is predicted to be 25 years, his connections with our mutual acquaintance shall get him exonerated in 2. You will put a stop to that. It should be noted that he is the one who drugged her, Mr. Alejandro. What you do with that information is your choice. We do, however, have a request. Before ending his life, ask him this question. Why do we follow the law? We feel this will help shed some light on who we are and our mission statement. Good luck.
At least this time, I knew he'd come for me. Saved me a whole lot of trouble. I kept my mind sharp and my elbows sharper as the allotted time came up. As I stepped into the showers, I heard the shuffling of heavy-duty boots as the guards took a lap and left me isolated as two men rounded the corner to greet me. If they were shocked that I was expecting them, they didn't show it. The man on the left was a towering mass of muscle and force, like a golem, vacant eyes and unwavering patience. The smaller man on the right had his black hair slicked back, tinted eyebrows perfectly trimmed to go with his bespoke beard as he grinned at me. This was my target, Don Marquez III.
So, this is the pretty boy who wanted to take me out, eh? You don't look like much, but looks can be deceiving. That's why I got my buddy Stax here. He's my problem solver.
He clicked his fingers, and Stax's face lit up. He walked toward me with arms outstretched and grabbed me by the shoulders before I knew it, his immense grip sending shockwaves of pain through my body as Marquez walked around me, still talking.
You see, I don't have a lot of time to waste on a little bean sprout like you. I've got big plans here, and even bigger plans outside. Can't let uppity little shits like you forget their place now, can I?
The closer we got, the more obvious it became. He wasn't a human either. The dead-eyed stare, the thinly trimmed facial hair masking the masses of fur. I started laughing, my ribs crunching underneath the pressure. Man, I didn't think the rumors were true. But you are a fucking dog man. Maybe I should have offered you a bone instead of a fight. His eyes flared and Stack's grip tightened, a rib breaking. I decided if I was going to do something, I had to do it now. I pushed on my weight behind one kick to the kneecap of Stax, a sickening crunch telling me I hit my mark and crashed to the ground in a heap. Screaming, Marquez hunched over in the corner, his back arched and his posture growing wider and taller with every second.
You want to mock me because I'm small? Because I have protection in here? Oh, buddy boy, you really don't get it, do ya?
His voice grew distorted, animalistic, and rabid. My own confidence began to wane as he grew to a height of nearly 7 feet, towering over me with a fearsome presence.
He's for your protection, son, not mine.
He swiped at me, taking a chunk of my flesh with his claws as he seared my back. Pain riddled my body, but adrenaline is an amazing thing if you have enough of it in spades. I looked for an opening and threw an elbow at his jaw, knocking a tooth loose as he reeled from the damage. Overconfidence gripped me as I went in for a finishing shot, the fear running through me palpable as his jaws opened and clamped down hard on my bicep, lifting me up with ease until my feet were dangling off the floor and blood poured down my arm and onto the ground. I punched, kicked, and writhed as hard as I could, but the shock hit me within minutes, and I began to hallucinate, the world growing fuzzy as he grinned through the bite, ducked his head down, and swung upwards with all his might, tearing free flesh and muscle as I went careening into the shower wall. My already damaged body collided with bricks and hot water, head spinning as he honed in on me.
You should have left me alone, kid. I thought I recognized you, but it took me an up-close inspection to really be sure. All this for a bitch? Really? Come on, man. What a fucking waste. Say hi to her for me, will ya?
He laughed and licked his lips, his nose covered in blood and viscera as he moved in for the kill. That last bit of mockery sent me into a rage that forewent the concern of my own well-being and knowledge that further exertion would have me bleed to death. What was the point if I couldn't even avenge her here? He lunged in, and it was all I could do to move to the right and let him hit the wall, mounting his back and putting him in prime position for my elbow to rain down on his skull. I felt his body twitch after the first 2 and fall limp after the next 3. I landed one more for good measure before crawling off and propping myself against the opposite wall, watching him as he became a broken, pathetic man again, barely moving as he struggled to stay conscious. I remembered the request of the letter and decided now was as good a time as any. Hey, Don Shithead, got a question for you. It's from my sponsor. His eyes were dulled, but he could still understand me, and his head slowly rose to meet mine. Why do you follow the lure? I asked, waiting for a response. His lip trembled, and something flickered behind his eyes, but I couldn't say for sure if it was understanding, fear, or both. He took a moment and pointed a shaking finger at me before replying.
Because we know the struggle is pointless. Eventually, we'll all be devoured. Follow the lure.
I got up and surveyed him, the pathetic creature who helped commit that unspeakable act. I felt no pity for him as I raised my foot and slammed the boot full force into his skull, crushing it against the wall. His body fell limp, and he slumped to the ground next to a now inert Stax, masterless and without purpose. If they ruled this one an accident, I'd be amazed. I heard nothing on the subject for 4 more weeks, simply choosing to keep my head down and my mouth firmly shut.
Beautiful.
2 weeks spent in the infirmary for damage, and a further week on my own for safety before I could be let back into Gen Pop. The staff tried to coax me into admitting Don Marquez iced me, but I didn't snitch, and there was inexplicably no proof despite my DNA undoubtedly all over it. Another thing to thank my sponsor for, I suppose. When I got back, there was a final letter awaiting me, my belongings bagged up alongside an official letter from the governor.
Mr. Alejandro, it pleases us at AF Trust that you have been so passionate in your partnership with us. So much so that we are pleased to inform you that as of the end of the day, you will be processed and released. Someone will be waiting for you outside with your final assignment and future employment. Your funds have also been deposited into your account. Should you complete our job successfully, you will have a most comfortable life awaiting you. We look forward to working with you. Follow the lure.
I couldn't believe my eyes. They'd done it. The letter from the governor granted me early release based on good behavior and testimonials. That it was an unprecedented decision, but one made in good faith. There was his official title and signature at the bottom to boot. I was processed and stepped out into the world once more, the wind around me whipping up something fierce. A black storm raging overhead as it made its way further inland. So much for a sunny day reception, eh? Sure enough, someone was waiting for me by a large van, waiting to take me away. Their features obscured by a dark trench coat, Denton hat, and bizarre mask.
Welcome back to the outside world, Mr. Alejandro. I trust your time inside wasn't terribly difficult.
The voice was kind, but sounded forced. It carried with it a deep sense of unease that seeped into my pores. It could have been better. I assume you have the info on the main
2004?
I asked, throwing my things at them. They caught it without so much as flinching, putting in the side door without breaking eye contact.
Oh, we do. It'll be explained on the way. But we ask that you do this job for us in the process. It will not only bring you the revenge you seek for what happened to your partner, but...
A brief flash of that night, finding those sick fuckers accosting her in an alleyway, taking her to their little den, pumping her full of drugs to bring out her latent abilities, and fund their sick little online groups. They tortured her until she gave in. Then they did worse. I found them through an anonymous tip and beat their leader until he was unrecognizable. But it wouldn't bring her back. Nothing would. But what? All I care about is taking his head. I want that evil motherfucker's body to be broken in front of me. I spat, hands shaking as I walked closer. A strong green glow rippled from the van and stopped me in my tracks, paralyzing me as a figure walked in front of me and stared down. Something smiling behind the mask. Whoever this was, I knew they could end me in an instant without so much as a flick of their wrist. There was power within them.
Well, Mr. Alejandro, you're in luck. Because he will be participating in a unique fighting tournament known as the NFC. One that pits the strongest and most depraved warriors against one another. Our team is already in, but we are in need of your skills to fill the spot. You join us, you get your revenge. If we win, you get a wish.
A new kind of fright gripped me, one that told me to be wary around this guy.
I wonder what you'll wish for.
I swallowed, my throat dry and feeling like it was full of razor blades, my mind going straight to her, to my angel. I'd bring her back, in a heartbeat. I breathed. The figure nodded and leaned back, gesturing for me to get in the van.
Good. That's the kind of conviction you'll need for the NFC, Joseph. I'm sure Letty would be so proud of you. We'll bring her body back and lay it to rest. Don't you worry.
Catherine Letty Alejandro. She disappeared after 2 years of heavy drinking following the loss of her daughter. Wound up in a bar she should have never gone to and was given a fresh start thanks to the generosity of the bartender. I'm told he has a wonderful dog, too. The problem is, giving someone a fresh start means they're vulnerable, too. While the bartender, Sully, got her a ride home to sleep off the effects, well, he didn't check who was driving it. Bad people are attracted to unique energies, and they sniffed her out within minutes. That man and his group were looking for fresh thrills, attracted to young, vulnerable women who display unique talents. They live-streamed their exploits on private dark web forums after they got shut down on Facebook by the moderating team. They really thought he was unstoppable, I'm sure, but he sealed his fate the moment he laid hands on Letty. We sat in the back of the van for a while in silence as the driver made his way through Sturgeon's busy streets and into the entertainment district, past the Hotel Inertia, the Williams Estate, and the spot where the spaces in between once sat. Before long, we were descending through the underground tunnel and into the pit, the venue that would play host to the ensuing carnage that would determine how all of us lived. The last image I had of the outside world was seeing the final patch of sky engulfed by thick pillars of black smoke, threatening to blot out the very sun itself. As we pulled up, the masked figure spoke to me again.
Why do we follow the lure, Joseph?
I thought about my experiences, which lay ahead of me, because it will lead us to our goal. It is the light that guides. He chuckled and shook his head, knocking twice on the van door as other members got out and walked to the locker room.
No. It's because we are the unseen beast in the deep seas. We devour anything in our way. We're the apex predators.
He got out, and images of the monsters who butchered Letty's body flooded through my mind. How they drugged her, had their way with her, made an absolute mockery of her last moments. I thought that was sharps, I retorted, trying to hide my nerve as a mixture of anger and excitement to kill flooded my veins. Fear still very much present behind it all, as I knew I was walking into the jaws of a beast.
No. There's many things concealed in the depths, save for the soft light of a lure, leading its victims close enough to strike. That is the anglerfish.
A name I've heard many times. An elusive killer who targeted specific people for his or her own purposes. No different to Letty's killer, really. But it's the devil's you know, isn't it? As we walked a little further in, various teams passed me by, as did staff. When we turned a corner, for the briefest of moments, I saw him. The monster who took my Letty. Mr. Payne, congregating with his group of freaks. I saw his hulking, vile frame as he laughed and took notes with them, devising strategies. When those eyes locked onto me, fear enshrouded my body like a cloak of ice. I felt everything Letty felt in those last few hours, the way she'd suffered and pleaded for her life as he and his entourage amped up the pain and the suffering. It was enough to almost bring me to my knees and beg for my life. What the hell was this man? But no sooner did the masked figure put his hand on me and bring my attention back did rage burn away every piece of fear.
We're the beast nobody expects, Joseph. And soon, you will get to prove it to them.
I felt something when I looked at him, something odd. I had to satiate my curiosity and ask, "You're the anglerfish killer, right? The one everyone's been talking about." He cocked his head to the side and made an audible, as if surprised.
I suppose that much is obvious. Yes. This is my order. But that's not your only question, is it?
I knew I had to get this out there, to ensure no lingering doubts or distrust remained if I was to do the job. What is your job title in Sturgeon? Because I think I know how I got out of that prison, how my sponsor's letter got through, and how nobody seemed to know I did those things, or didn't care. Governor, he clapped his hands slowly.
Anything else you wish to know, you can ask before we start the opening ceremony. But I will say this. All of us need a lure, including you. Mine just so happens to be the most powerful authority in Sturgeon.
I knew this group had done wrong. I think every group there has. no saints without sinners. I didn't want to know every sordid detail of their past, because I don't care. I'm here to do a job, to get my vengeance, to see that animal put down. I am Letty's anger manifested, and nobody is going to stop me. Alright, so I hope you enjoyed that one. This one is part of the Sturgeon Mythos by TJ Lee, and it's connecting to the NFC Season 2, which will be coming out probably towards the end of the year. So there have been a few stories that I've done that are kind of building up to that with various different characters falling into place. With this one, I included some of music that I made for the NFC as kind of like a motif for the theme songs during the fights and whatnot. You may recognize some of them from the NFC. But I hope you all liked it, and I hope you're excited for more stories from this universe. As some of you may have seen on my last video, when I was doing my office tour, the project file that I had open was Baraska. So I know it's been a long time coming, but that one's almost done after I've had to restart on it 3 times. This is essentially going to be the 3rd time that I've had to do the entire story. The first 2 times, the project files got corrupted, and after that happened twice in a row, I was just like, you know what, I'm going to put this on the back burner a little bit. I'll come back to this a little bit later, but I'm happy to finally have it done. I know a lot of you have been waiting for it. And yeah, I have a few other stories already recorded that are about an hour long that I'm going to be working on getting out for you. And I still plan on doing the production tutorial video for you all, where I kind of begin a video and show you how I make my videos and this music and the sound design and all that stuff, similar to the office tour one. But yeah, thank you for coming by. If you'd like to, you can like and share the video. But otherwise, I hope you have a great weekend.
He may look like an idiot and talk like an idiot, but don't let that fool you. He really is an idiot.
Dude!
It started with a single image of a cicada, a black background.
Oh, this is a cicada mystery.
I was scrolling through a cryptography subreddit late at night, trying to distract myself with another email when somebody posted it. Here's something interesting, they wrote, as if they didn't know the rabbit hole that it would lead to. The message on the image was simple. We are looking for highly intelligent individuals. This is a test. Below that, a string of random-looking numbers and letters, just sitting there like a dare. I don't know what made me save it to my desktop. Maybe it was boredom, or maybe it was the voice in my head that said, "You've always been good at puzzles, why not try? Let's put that master's degree to use." The key was hidden in the image's metadata buried beneath its surface. At first, I thought the image was just a clever decoy, just white text on black, wanting you to waste hours chasing nothing. But when I opened it in a hex editor, the truth started to reveal itself. Among the strings of data, I found a clue. A URL leading to an unassuming page with an image of a dog. My stomach sank. Trolled, I thought. Until I remembered something from an old forum
600.
post
That's
about
how much
this
it gave me.
typography. The message
Anyway,
wasn't in
yes,
the image itself, but
but I
within
need
it,
to buy out.
encoded. The free online tool exposed the hidden tags. A long string that looked like gibberish at first glance, but resolved into another URL when decoded. And by this point, I wasn't the only one working through the puzzles. Reddit was going wild online, the mystery spreading like wildfire. After the first couple of puzzles were solved, it started to feel like there was a real mystery behind all of it. This wasn't just some clever college kid making puzzles to troll on Reddit. There seemed to really be something to all of it. The second URL led to a page, just plain black text on white.
Well, sort of.
Congratulations, it read. You've made it this far, but there's still a long way to go. Below the message was another string of text, a Caesar cipher. Shifting the letters back by a number revealed another cryptic message, a reference to a line in the Mabinogion, an old collection of Welsh mythology. I didn't know.
I was 10 years old when I first woke to the sobs outside my bedroom window. A quiet night in a quiet corner of the world. Thick mist rolled down from the mountain onto the modest family farm I called home. My family was alone. There were only 3 of us. Myself, my mom, and my dad. They were asleep in their bedroom. I could tell as much by my dad's heavy snoring. Yet even that was not enough to drown out the distant sobs that seemed right outside my window. I rose from my bed, not sure just what was out there or what to expect. As I approached the window and looked out, I was greeted by a darkened, empty landscape. Rolling green hills shrouded by night stretched far into the distance, and were overtaken by mountains crowned with a lazy mist that was not out of place. Out in our yard, a few trees stood defiant in amongst the shadows, and yet, at a glance, I saw no source for the mournful sobs I heard. The mist swirled down from the hills, moving slowly down into our yard, and yet I saw nothing out of place in it. Not at first, anyways. I stared out into the swirling white that stood out from the cover of night, and as I stared, I became sure that I saw a figure amongst the haze. They were hunched over, sunk down on their knees, and I could see their bodies shake and their shoulders heave as they sobbed and mourned. Although, for what exactly, I could not quite say. I watched them for a moment, listening to their mournful sobs before deciding I needed to investigate. Why I did not choose to wake my parents, I don't quite know. Our property did not see many visitors, nor was it on the beaten path.
How can I help
My parents had chosen their life on the farm. They had done so with the hope that they would not often be disturbed. My mother was a private person, as was my father. They were content with their little slice of Irish countryside, and no doubt had every intent of remaining there for the rest of their lives. Had I woken them, perhaps they might have chased off this stranger. A stranger who was in such a deep state of misery that her sobs seemed to pierce my heart. Perhaps I was too compassionate a child to permit anything.
How are you?
Whatever my reasons, I slipped on my shoes and went out alone. And in doing so, I sealed my fate. The night air was cold as I stepped outside. The sobbing of that nameless woman was close, and I could see her shadow amongst the mist, trembling as she knelt down in the dirt. She did not acknowledge my presence as I joined her out beneath the night sky. Her tears did not cease, and she remained on the ground, crying as I drew near and called out to her. Hello? My words were ignored. remained bent over, trembling and crying like a child, and as I continued to draw nearer to her, she remained ignorant to my presence. Through the mist, she had been little more than a vaguely human shape. And as I got closer, I could see her finer details. Her dress was torn and ragged. Her hair was tangled and messy. Her feet were bare, and she hugged her arms into herself as she cried. What little skin I could see of her was pale and white. Her body quaked and trembled as I approached. I was close enough to reach out and touch her, and in the spirit of compassion, I did. "Hello?" I said again. "Miss?" My hand touched her shoulder. Her skin was as cold as ice, and in an instant, she looked up at me. She was beautiful, and yet the mere sight of her made my heart stop beating. Her eyes were pale blue, and held a warning in them that left me utterly speechless. She screamed, a miserable wail of such grief that I felt tears coming into my eyes as well. Then I saw what she held in her hands, a green IRFU baseball cap, my dad's hat. It was tattered and blood-stained, yet familiar all the same. My eyes fixated on it before I looked back at the woman before me, speechless. With tears in her eyes, she opened her mouth to scream her grief. And as I began to cry, I heard myself screaming too. I woke up in my own bed, certain that it had been nothing more than a bad dream. My heart was still racing, and I felt a cold chill against my skin. I remember that I lay there for a few moments, still seeing the face of the woman in my dream. I can still see her pale blue eyes, and I can still feel the grief in there. It still hurt, almost like a fresh knife wound.
Oh, it's you.
Yet I was sure it had just been a dream. I got out of bed that morning like I would any other. I could hear my parents in the kitchen working on breakfast, and I got ready for school. When I came out, I was greeted by the sight of my mom and dad in the kitchen. The latter was in the midst of his breakfast, his green IRFU hat perched atop his head. He had that hat since before I was born. Time had had its way with it. It looked ratty and old, but it was still his.
How are you?
And most folks could recognize Robert McMurphy from a distance just by that hat. "Morning, kiddo," I remember him saying. But I don't remember if I replied. I just stared up at his hat and remembered my dream. I remembered it torn and bloodstained in my dream. And that memory robbed me of my appetite. I could do little more than push my breakfast around the plate. "Didn't sleep well?" I remember my dad asking. "No," I replied. "Bad dreams." "Well, you can stop with the midnight walks for a start. Should be out at night. God only knows what's out there at that hour. You woke your mom up with the way you slammed the door last night." I paused. Had I really been outside?
Hello.
My dad had a stern look on his face, although it didn't last long. He was always the sort of man who was content not to dwell on matters. A real easygoing sort. He cleared his plate and was gone a few moments later. He gave my mom a kiss on the way out the door, smiled at me, wished me a good day at school. I know I didn't return his smile. My God, I wish I had. I wish I had been surprised when he didn't come home that night. Yet somewhere deep in my gut, I had dreaded it. An instinctive, primal fear lingered in my soul for that day. And when I got home from school and heard my mom's keening sobs, I felt a coldness run through my bones as something inside of me broke. Dad had died in an accident. He'd gotten caught in a piece of farming equipment and hadn't been able to get free. At least he died instantly. It was a small comfort. Loss is loss, no matter the suffering involved. The scar never heals quickly or painlessly. I spent many years thinking back onto that dream I'd had the night before my father died. I thought about what I could have said to him that might have changed his fate. Perhaps if I had spoken up, he may yet have lived. Perhaps if he knew of my dream, he may have been more careful. No one can say for sure now. The man was already dead, and what was done could not be undone. No matter how many times I asked myself, what if? By the time I was 18, the scars of my father's death remained, but the fresh wounds had healed. Mom had never remarried. Love is not something that's easy to replace, and I don't believe she had any interest in trying. Instead, she focused on what she could do to raise me right, and for that, I valued her more than I could put into words. Love isn't something one can quantify. It just is. I did what I could for her, both out of gratitude for all she'd done for me, and out of necessity. 8 years had aged her more than they should have. She would never have admitted it, but it's true all the same. When I awoke one night to the too familiar sound of sobbing outside my window, my blood ran cold. It had been 8 years since I heard those accursed cries. 8 years of wondering if it was nothing more than a bad dream. There it was again, creeping back into my life like a curse. As soon as I heard those keening sobs, I rose from my bed and ran to the window. Just like before, I saw mist coming down from the mountains, and hunched over in the same place as before, I saw the dark shape of the woman. I remember the way my heart raced upon the sight of her. Rage and fear conflicted for prominence in my disoriented brain. On one hand, I hated the sight of her. Some stupid part of me contemplated some sort of revenge for what happened to my father. A higher part of me knew it would achieve nothing. That keening woman had not caused his demise. That was little more than poor luck. All she had done was warn me in advance. I knew that was what she was there for now. As the mist came down to encircle her, I watched quietly. I could see her looking up towards my window, and even from a distance, those cold blue eyes were no less piercing. What she held in her hands was not a hat. It was something larger, a sweater of some sort. In the darkness, it was hard to see clearly, but I thought it had a diamond pattern on it. Part of me wanted to investigate, and yet part of me still remained rooted to the spot, unable and unwilling to stand and see just what exactly it was she held. The mist crept up behind her, drifting down into our yard and quickly hiding her from view. All I could do was watch as she vanished, and listen as her sorrowful cries remained. I closed my eyes and waited to wake up. Just like before, I awoke in my own bed. Sunlight streamed in through the bedroom window, and when I looked out, I saw nothing in the yard save for the rolling green hills. Yet, deep in my mind, I could still hear the keening wails of the woman from my dream. If indeed it had been a dream at all. I could still see the patterned sweater limp in her hands. And though I could not be sure, I felt as if I recognized it. Unlike my dad, my mom had never taken to one particular piece of clothing. Yet I was sure she owned that very same sweater. I was certain I'd seen her wear it before. That knowledge turned my stomach. In the house, I could hear the busy movements of my mom moving around. I felt my insides shift uneasily as I looked back toward her. A deep sense of dread growing in my stomach. Some part of my brain longed to dismiss what I saw as a dream, but that growing sense of panic silenced any logic. 8 years ago, I had seen that same mournful woman, and she had clutched my dad's IRFU hat. I had seen her before he died.
Love you.
I would not permit my mom to suffer a similar fate. As I turned to leave my room, I caught a glimpse of myself in my bedroom mirror. My skin looked ghostly pale. I felt sick to my stomach, but all the same, I left my room and went looking for my mom. I found her in the living room, watching the television. She didn't notice me at first when I came in. Not until I spoke to her. "Mom," I said. She looked over at me, her pleasant expression quickly fading. "You all right, Sean?" she asked as she stood up. "You look ill." "Fine," I lied. "Are you going out today?" "Aside from work, wasn't planning on it," she said. "Why? What's wrong? Any fever?" Her hand was on my forehead immediately, and I pulled away from her. "It's not that. My voice died in my throat. What I was about to say sounded so absurd, so impossible and foolish, yet I still needed to say it. "I need you to call in sick today." My voice was hoarse. My mouth felt dry. Her expression of concern didn't change. "Sick? Why? Sean, catch something? I just need you to call in sick. Right now," I demanded. "Why? Can't you just do it, Mom?" "Without a good reason, no." She was getting annoyed now. Her glare demanded an explanation I wasn't quite sure I wanted to give. But I hardly had much of a choice, did I? "I saw something last night," I said. "There was a woman in our backyard. A sobbing woman. She was there the night before Dad died, too. She was holding his hat last time. Last night, she was holding your sweater. Judging from the look in my mom's eyes, she didn't buy a word that came out of my mouth. She looked more concerned by just how shaken I looked. It's just a bad dream," she said softly. "You're getting a little too bent out of shape. It's not just a bad dream," I snapped. "Mom, listen to me. It's a warning. If you go out today, I don't know. Something's gonna happen to you. I don't know what. I don't know how. But we've been warned." At the sound of me raising my voice, she recoiled slightly. Her eyes were wide and worried. Not for her own safety, but for my health. "I need you to stay home," I begged. Please, just do this for me." She was silent for a moment, unsure what to say or how to react. Her eyes were locked with mine, before at last she sighed, half out of frustration and half from acceptance. "You believe what it is you saw, don't you?" she asked. "I know what I saw. I know what it means. Please, don't go out. I can't just take whatever day I want off. I need to go in. Go in tomorrow. I promise. But please, don't do it today."
Fuck no. Do you eat some fish?
She bit her lip before sighing. "Call my boss and see what he says," she finally conceded. "I suppose it couldn't hurt to have a day to myself." "Thank you." I almost caught myself sobbing in relief. "Thank you." I pulled her into a tight hug that she uncomfortably reciprocated.
You didn't eat
She was
fish.
watching me warily once I pulled
Thought I
away.
had some in there.
I knew she didn't buy a word of what I said, but my fear had swayed her, and that was all I
Turn it
needed.
on me, right?
Still had school that day.
Sure, I had some
Couldn't
fish.
miss class. Call me daft, but I felt confident that things would be okay. I'd watched Mom call in sick, and when I left the house, I did so with a sense of reassurance lingering in the back of my mind. As my day went on, that ominous dream drifted into the back of my mind. I told myself that when I got home, everything would be all right. And a small part of me began to wonder if perhaps I really had overreacted after all. The hours passed uneventfully. When I returned home, nothing looked out of place. I could see a faint mist atop the mountains coming down into our valley, but I paid it little mind as I stepped through the front door. "Mom?" I called out. There was no response, but I could hear the television on in the next room. She was home. I made my way into the living room and spotted her on the couch. I paused at the sight of her. She was laying down, looked to be asleep at a glance. If it weren't for the diamond-patterned sweater she wore, perhaps I would have been gentler in trying to wake her. My pulse spiked as I rushed over to her side, desperately calling for her. "Mom? Mom!" I grabbed her by the shoulders, trying to rouse her, but her eyes didn't open. Her skin was cold to the touch, and I knew that she was gone. It didn't stop me from trying to bring her back to the waking world, though. By the time I called for an ambulance, I already knew it was far too late. Mom went in her sleep. Heart attack. Perhaps, if I had stayed home as well,
Love
helped
you.
her. But no. Oh no. I was far too arrogant for that. I hated myself for it. I'd done what I could to stop her death, hadn't I? Why hadn't it been enough? Would she have died regardless if she'd gone to work or stayed home? Would she have died if I'd been there? Why? That keening banshee warned me I could not stop the deaths of those I loved. Sadistic pleasure? Did it revel in my helplessness? Who was to say but the cursed woman herself? After Mom's funeral, I stewed in my grief and anger. I came back to that keening wretch over and over again, hating her for cursing me with foresight, but denying me action. I wanted to see her again, if for no other reason than to unleash my hatred upon her. I wanted to scream and strike her. I wanted to hurt her. But more than anything, I wanted answers. I saw but one way to get them. When I set off into the mountains, I brought only that which would sustain me for a few days. Mist swirled at their summits, mysterious and unknowable, and in it, I knew that cursed woman waited for me. I swore that I could hear her mournful cries on the wind as I left the house behind and climbed up into the wilderness. The rolling green hills passed beneath me as I found my way into the forest and searched for answers. On the first day, I found nothing. On the second day, I saw the mist coming down from the mountains once more, and I knew that soon I would have my resolution. It was on the third night that I woke to the sound of that familiar weeping. I rose from my sleeping bag and listened to the sounds outside my tent, and in a fit of mania, I pulled myself from the tent and stumbled out into the forest. It bore no resemblance to my little green town, and the mist that swirled around me, heralding the coming of that vile woman. She had come. Through the trees, I saw her shadow, and I trudged toward her. She was unchanged from that day I had seen her 8 years prior, dressed in tattered clothes and with bare feet. She looked up at me as I drew near, her piercing blue eyes penetrating my very soul, and I felt myself starting to cry as I stared accusingly at her. "Why?" I demanded, the question I had sought to ask ever since my mom had died. "What the hell do you gain from this?" I demanded, but she did not answer. She did not need to. Through her tear-filled eyes, I saw a sorrow that I knew was real. The empathy in me was given pause. Could I really continue to scream at this sorrowful creature? Could I? Then I saw what she held. In her hands was the very same jacket I wore to protect me from the elements. The one she held looked older and tattered, as if it had been sitting for years. Its colors were faded, and it looked as if it was ready to fall apart. And that was when I understood. She did not cause tragedy, nor did she warn for the sake of preventing it. She simply offered warning for its own sake. She warned me of my father's passing and my mother's, perhaps to prepare me for the grief that was to come. And now, she had come to warn me one final time. The jacket she held was my own. I knew I would not find my way back home.
Hello. Goodbye.
My name is Matt Westington, and I've been a park ranger at Yosemite National Park for a little over 6 years now. Most people think this job is hiking through beautiful scenery and telling tourists not to feed bears. Sometimes it is. Some days I'll spend an entire shift helping families find trailheads, pulling dehydrated hikers out of the sun, or explaining for the 100th time that yes, you can absolutely die falling off a waterfall, because no, the rocks near the edge are not basically flat. But Yosemite kills people every year. That's the part the brochures leave out. People fall off cliffs here. They drown. They get lost during snowstorms. They wander off trails after dark and break ankles 30 miles from the nearest road. Sometimes they underestimate elevation. Sometimes they overestimate themselves. A lot of visitors come here thinking nature is peaceful, safe, like it exists for them. And then they find out wilderness doesn't care about confidence. I work mostly out of the eastern side of the park, though rangers get moved around depending on staffing, weather, and search and rescue operations. I've spent weeks at a time down near Yosemite Valley during peak tourist season. I've worked snow patrols near Glacier Point in conditions cold enough to freeze the inside of your nostrils shut. I've slept in ranger cabins so remote the nearest paved trail was a 3-hour hike away. Most people only see the polished parts of the park, the waterfalls, the scenic overlooks, the gift shop and shuttle buses. They don't see the miles and miles of forest behind all that. They don't realize how big Yosemite really is until they're standing in the middle of it. The park covers almost 1,200 square miles. A person can disappear out here frighteningly fast. I learned that my first summer on the job. A college kid from Sacramento wandered off a trail near Tenaya Lake, trying to get pictures for social media. His friend said he only stepped off the path for a minute. Rangers found him almost 2 days later with a shattered leg at the bottom of a granite slope. He survived, barely, but the helicopter crew said another cold night probably would have killed him. A few months after that, a tourist climbed over warning barriers above the Merced River during spring runoff because he wanted a better picture near the falls. Witnesses said he slipped almost immediately after stepping on wet granite. Rangers recovered his body 3 days later, nearly 9 miles downstream. People hear National Park, and they think a controlled environment, like there's some invisible barrier between them and nature, because there's a parking lot nearby. There isn't. Out here, if you make a bad decision, the park usually wins. That's why we have rules. Official ones, I mean. Carry water, stay on marked trails, never hike after dark unless you know what you're doing. Don't approach wildlife. Tell somebody where you're going, use bear canisters, watch your footing near rivers. You know, basic stuff. The kind of rules people roll their eyes at right before they ignore them. And then there are the other rules. The unofficial ones. Those don't get printed on visitor pamphlets. You won't hear them during ranger orientation either. Nobody sits you down formally and explains them. They get passed around quietly between older rangers during long patrols or late nights at the station while somebody's making coffee. Usually it starts with somebody new asking a question. What's that area closed for? Why does everyone avoid that trail after sunset? Why are there Tic Tacs in every ranger truck? You know, things like that. At first I thought it was just park folklore. Every job has stories. Fishermen have stories. Truckers, military guys. Rangers are no different. Spend enough time isolated in the wilderness, and people start inventing explanations for strange things. That's what I told myself anyway. And then I started seeing some of it myself. Not all at once. Yosemite doesn't work like that. The weird things here, they happen slowly, quietly. You hear about them long before you ever experience them firsthand. Usually from older rangers who've spent too many winters alone in the backcountry. Guys like Daniel Jones. Jones had worked Yosemite for almost 23 years when I met him. Gray beard, smelled permanently like coffee and cedar smoke. Everybody respected him because he pulled more people out of the wilderness alive than anybody else in our district. One night during my second year, we were driving back from a recovery operation near Hetch Hetchy Reservoir when he asked me a strange question out of nowhere. You ever hear about the staircases yet? I remember laughing a little. The what? He kept staring out the windshield. The staircases. I thought he was joking, but he didn't smile. And then he said something I still think about all the time. Every ranger in this park eventually hears the unofficial rules. Question is whether you hear them before or after something real bad happens. After that, he went quiet again. I didn't ask him what he meant. Honestly, part of me didn't want to know. Back then, I still thought Yosemite followed normal rules. Dangerous rules, sure, but normal ones. I thought every strange story had some reasonable explanation hiding underneath it, if you looked hard enough. Now I'm not so sure anymore. Because after 6 years out here, I've learned something most tourists never understand. Most of the rules are there to stop people from getting hurt. The rest are there because something in these woods doesn't follow normal rules at all. Rule 1. Never enter the water above the falls. Not your feet or hands, not even for a picture. Tourists break that rule constantly because the rivers up there don't look dangerous at first glance. That's the problem. Yosemite water is beautiful in the same way a tiger is beautiful. People mistake beauty for safety. The Merced River especially gets people every year. You'll see families walking right up to it during summer, kids throwing rocks into the current, couples taking engagement photos on smooth granite slabs 10 feet from rushing water. Some people even wade into shallow sections because they think if the water only reaches their ankles, it can't possibly hurt them. And then somebody slips. That's usually how it starts. The granite around Yosemite's rivers is worn smooth from thousands of years of runoff. Some of those rocks feel almost polished under your boots. Add cold water and algae to that surface, and it becomes slick as ice. Once somebody loses their footing near the stronger currents, things go bad very fast, especially above the falls. The rivers here move harder than people realize. Snowmelt from the Sierra Nevada can turn sections of the Merced into a conveyor belt during spring and early summer. Water that looks calm on the surface can still pull like a tow cable underneath. And once the current grabs you, it usually does not let go. I have worked recoveries at Vernal Fall, Nevada Spring, and near sections of the river where there wasn't enough left of the victim to even show the family afterward. Sometimes the water pins people underwater against rock shelves. Sometimes they get trapped in hydraulic currents that just keep rolling them over and over beneath the surface. A few years back, a tourist climbed over a barrier above Nevada Fall because he wanted a better picture. Witnesses said he was smiling one second and then gone the next. Rangers found his body nearly a week later, almost 12 miles downstream. That happens more than people think. The first dead body I ever saw in Yosemite came out of the river. I was 29 and still new enough to think I could emotionally separate myself from the job. We got the call just after sunrise. Male victim, possible drowning, downstream from the creek. I remember the smell first. Cold river water has this clean mountain scent most of the time, but recovery scenes smell different. Wet granite, mud, rotting pine needles. The air feels different somehow. The victim had slipped while trying to cross a shallow runoff area after dark. His friend told us they thought they were taking a shortcut back toward camp. That shortcut cost him his life. The current shoved him between submerged rocks, then held him there underwater all night. By the time we reached him, his skin had already turned pale blue from the cold. Daniel Jones was there with me that morning. He noticed I kept staring at the body while the rescue team worked. "You never forget the first one you see," he told me quietly. And he wasn't wrong. After enough recoveries, you stop being shocked by death itself. What stays with you are the little things around it. Wedding rings, children's shoes, half-open backpacks, cameras still recording after somebody's already gone. One of the worst incidents I ever worked happened near Silver Apron above Nevada Fall. A family from Arizona ignored multiple warning signs and climbed across the rocks near the river edge during peak runoff season. Rangers had already closed sections of the area because the snowmelt current was especially dangerous that year. It didn't matter.
When I'm reading through scary stories for this channel, I end up in some pretty strange parts of the internet. But the real horror isn't what I find, it's who's finding me. That's why I use Surfshark to stay invisible. It acts like a shield for everything you do online, encrypting your connection and routing it through over 4,500 RAM-only servers, so there aren't any logs being stored anywhere. Your activity just disappears. And that matters because a lot of tracking happens in the background. You don't always see it, but it's there. Having something that blocks that out by default just makes sense. They also have something called Surfshark Alert. If your personal info ever shows up in a data leak, it lets you know right away so you can deal with it before it turns into a much bigger problem. And CleanWeb blocks trackers, ads, and malware before they even reach your device. Don't let your digital life become a horror story. Go to surfshark.com/lighthouseHorror or use code LighthouseHorror at checkout to get 4 extra months of Surfshark VPN. It's risk-free with a 30-day money-back guarantee.
The father slipped first. Witnesses said he hit the water and vanished almost immediately. His wife tried grabbing him, lost her footing too, and suddenly both of them were in the current. Their daughter survived, only because another tourist managed to grab her jacket before she went over the edge. The parents went over the Nevada Fall together, over 500 feet. There wasn't a recovery operation after that, just retrieval. That's another thing people don't understand about Yosemite. Sometimes we're not searching for survivors. Sometimes we're just trying to bring somebody home. Officially, the park tells visitors to stay behind barriers and avoid fast-moving water. Unofficially, rangers will tell you something else. The rivers up here, they feel different sometimes, especially near the falls. I didn't believe that part at first either. And then I met Kevin Turner. Turner used to work rescue diving operations in Yosemite during the late 90s. Big guy, quiet, missing 2 fingertips on his left hand from an old climbing accident. Everybody respected him because he'd gone into places most rangers wouldn't. One night during a storm lockdown at the station, somebody asked him why he stopped diving. Turner sat there silently for a long time before answering. There are places in that water people aren't supposed to go.
Where are they?
Nobody laughed. I remember Jones glancing at me afterward like he wanted to see if I'd react. Turner explained that certain plunge pools beneath the waterfalls in Yosemite are far deeper than they appear. Underwater caves and granite shelves create hidden chambers beneath the surface where currents cycle endlessly. Bodies sometimes vanish in those chambers for weeks before surfacing miles away. But that wasn't the only part that bothered him. According to Turner, divers occasionally heard things underwater. Not mechanical noises, not shifting rocks, voices. At first, everybody assumed it was an auditory distortion from the currents. Water can do strange things to sound beneath the surface. But Turner claimed one diver surfaced screaming after hearing somebody calling his name from inside a submerged granite crevice. That diver refused to enter the water again afterward. Another diver reportedly cut his own tether line during a recovery because he became convinced something was moving beside him in the dark. Turner himself never explained exactly what made him quit. He just said this: "Hello. Never stay underwater near the falls longer than you absolutely have to." And then he got up and left the room. The older rangers didn't say much after that. These days, whenever I patrol the river areas, I watch tourists constantly, especially families with kids. Most visitors have no idea how quickly Yosemite can kill somebody. 1 second you're standing there in sunlight, taking pictures beside one of the most beautiful places on earth. The next second you're in water cold enough to stop your muscles from working, while the current drags you toward a cliff edge. And the terrifying part is how normal it all looks right before it happens. That's why the barriers are there. That's why the warning signs exist. And that's why every experienced ranger in Yosemite follows the same unofficial rule: never enter the water above the falls. Rule 2. Never go up the staircases. Now, the staircases aren't officially acknowledged by the Park Service. You won't find them in incident reports. Nobody from Yosemite administration is going to sit in front of a camera and admit rangers occasionally discover random staircases standing miles deep in the wilderness for no explainable reason. But every older ranger in Yosemite knows about them. Not just Yosemite either. I found that out later. Apparently rangers in other national parks have reported them too. Different forests and states, different designs. One guy from Montana described concrete stairs in the middle of dense pine forest with rusted iron railings attached. Another ranger from Appalachia talked about narrow white wooden stairs that appeared in different places every few months. The Yosemite staircases, they're yellow. Not bright yellow, More like old varnished wood with this warm golden color to it. Honestly, they're beautiful in a strange way. The wood always looks polished and clean, almost glowing during sunset. And that's part of what makes them so unsettling. Nothing else in the wilderness stays that clean. Not out here. Wind knocks branches down constantly. Rain stains everything eventually. Moss grows over exposed surfaces within months. But the staircases, they never rot, never warp, never collect leaves or dirt. They just stand there. Usually alone in small clearings. No cabin attached, no ruins nearby. Just stairs leading upward into empty air. The older rangers jokingly called them staircases to heaven. Nobody laughs very hard when they say it, though. I saw my first staircase during my 3rd year in Yosemite. We were searching for a missing backpacker near an isolated section northeast of the Meadows. Male hiker, 26 years old, experienced outdoorsman according to his family. He'd gone missing during a solo photography trip after failing to return to a campground near Murphy Creek Trail. By day 3, everybody already knew the odds were getting bad. Search operations in Yosemite are strange emotionally because you spend most of the time walking through incredibly beautiful places, while at the same time looking for signs somebody may have died there. I was partnered with Daniel Jones that day. The weather had been clear for almost a week straight. No storms or heavy wind. Perfect hiking conditions, which honestly made the disappearance worse. Usually you can blame weather for accidents out here. Hypothermia, flash floods, avalanche conditions. But sometimes people vanish during completely normal conditions. Jones and I had been hiking through dense forest for almost 4 hours when we entered a clearing maybe 40 feet wide, surrounded by massive pines. And that's where I saw it. At first, my brain didn't process what I was looking at because it didn't belong there at all. It was just stairs. A staircase standing in the middle of a clearing. Yellow wood, about 15 steps high. No railing, no structure attached. Sunlight filtered through the trees above it, making the wood almost glow gold against the darker forest around it. I remember slowing down automatically. There's this moment your brain goes through when something feels wrong, but you don't fully understand why yet. Like seeing a chair sitting in the middle of a highway. Jones noticed my reaction immediately. "Don't," he said sharply. I looked over at him. His expression had completely changed. Not confused or curious. Nervous. He walked over quickly and grabbed my shoulder before I could move any closer. "Back away from it," he told me quietly. "What is that?" I asked. Jones kept staring at the staircase. "I said back away from it." We slowly moved backward toward the tree line again. I noticed the woods had gotten strangely quiet around the clearing. No birds or wind. And then Jones said something that made the hair rise on the back of my neck. "Do not look at the top of the stairs." Of course, the second somebody says that, you want to. I mean, I almost did. But there was something genuinely wrong in Jones's face. I'd seen him handle fatal recoveries without blinking. Seen him climb down unstable granite slopes during storms. Seen him walk directly toward black bears to scare him away from tourists. And this was the only time I'd ever seen actual fear in him. I listened. We circled around the clearing instead and continued the search. I kept asking questions afterward, but Jones wouldn't answer most of them. Finally, after almost an hour of hiking in silence, he said this. "You see one of those things, you leave it alone." Then he changed the subject entirely. The weirdest part is what happened afterward. 3 days later, another search crew passed through the same clearing, and the staircase was gone. No drag marks, no broken branches, nothing. Just empty forest.
I'd eat something.
I convinced myself for a long time there had to be some logical explanation. Maybe an abandoned movie prop somebody hauled out there somehow. Maybe a weird, I don't know, art installation. Maybe rangers screwing with newer staff. And then came the woman with the Pomeranian. That was the case that changed how I thought about the staircases permanently. Her name was Margaret Weathers, 79 years old. Late-stage pancreatic cancer, according to her medical records afterward. She'd driven into Yosemite alone during late October and rented a small cabin outside the park for a week. Her family assumed she wanted one last vacation. At first, nothing seemed unusual. She visited scenic overlooks, bought souvenirs, took pictures near Yosemite Valley. Rangers later recovered dozens of perfectly normal photos from her camera. And then she disappeared. Her rental car was discovered near a trailhead 2 days later. Inside the vehicle, search teams found a handwritten note addressed to her son.
I'm starving.
The note wasn't typical, exactly. That's what bothered everybody. It was calm, organized. She explained where she was going, said she believed she had finally found the place meant for her. She apologized for leaving the family behind, mentioned she didn't want anyone searching too hard for her afterward. And then there was one line nobody forgot. I think they lead to heaven. Search operations started immediately after that. I was part of the second-day search team. We found the dog first. Small Pomeranian tied carefully to a tree near the edge of a clearing. The leash had been wrapped neatly around the trunk. Beside the dog sat a small plastic bowl filled with water and another bowl containing food. The dog wasn't panicked. He was just waiting. And then we saw the staircase. Yellow wood, golden in the afternoon sunlight. Perfectly clean, standing in the middle of the clearing.
I can't recall the taste
I remember this horrible feeling settling into my stomach before we even searched the area, because I already knew we weren't going to find her nearby. And we didn't. No footprints beyond the stairs. No blood, no torn clothing, no evidence of an animal attack. Nothing. Just the staircase. One ranger quietly asked if anybody wanted to check the surrounding area again. No, we're done here, John said. Nobody argued with him. Well, we took the dog and left. And the staircase was gone by the next morning. Officially, Margaret Weathers remains a missing person. Unofficially, every ranger involved in that search believes she climbed those stairs willingly. That's the part I still think about sometimes. Not fear or violence. Peace. According to her family, the cancer had spread everywhere by then. She was in constant pain, barely sleeping, barely eating.
I'm starving.
Her son later told investigators she'd become deeply religious near the end of her life. Part of me wonders if the staircases appear differently to certain people. Maybe they don't. Maybe she was simply dying and wandered into the woods chasing some final, comforting hallucination. I honestly don't know anymore. But I do know this. I have seen enough experienced rangers react to those staircases the exact same way to understand one thing very clearly. Something about them scares people who are very difficult to scare. And after 6 years in Yosemite, I've learned to trust ranger instincts. Especially Daniel Jones. Because before he retired, I asked him one final question about the staircases. Just one. What do you think happens if somebody reaches the top? I asked. Jones stared out toward the trees for a long time before answering. And then quietly, he said, I think whatever's up there, it's not from our world. Rule 3. Always bring green Tic Tacs. The Tic Tac rule sounds stupid the first time you hear it. Honestly, it sounds stupid the 50th time. That's probably why newer rangers usually laugh when somebody brings it up. Always carry green Tic Tacs. That's the rule. Not mint gum, not Altoids, not wintergreen lifesavers. Green Tic Tacs, specifically. And only green. Not orange ones, not red ones, not mixed flavor containers either. Just green. The first time I heard about it, of course, thought somebody was screwing with me. It happened during a missing persons briefing near Yosemite Valley about 4 years ago. A little girl named Emily Parker had wandered away from a picnic area near Sentinel Beach while her parents were unloading supplies from their car. She was 6 years old. These are the cases that every ranger dreads. Adults can survive alone in Yosemite longer than people think if conditions stay mild. Kids are different. They panic faster. They get cold faster. They hide instead of calling for help sometimes. Worse, children wander unpredictably.
heard this story sometimes ago. I don't remember when. Music text. No.
I remember setting it on the station table while Keller filled out paperwork nearby. The second he saw it, his expression changed. "Throw that away," he said immediately. "You serious?" "Yes." I shook the container once. "What's gonna happen? Evil crows?" Keller stood up so fast his chair scraped backward across the floor. I said, "Throw it away." And that got my attention. I'd never seen him react emotionally before. "What's the difference?" I asked. He hesitated, then quietly said, "Because green brings tic-tac." "And orange brings what?" I asked. He stared at the container for a few seconds too long. And finally he said, "We don't know what orange brings." That night, I understood why the older rangers took the rules seriously. I was staying alone at a small ranger cabin northeast of Yosemite Valley during wildlife watch operations. Tiny place. Just a radio, bunk, wood stove, and enough supplies for a week. Around maybe 2 in the morning, something landed on the roof. Heavy. Not owl heavy either. It was bigger. I sat upright immediately. And then I heard scratching. Slow scraping sounds moving across the cabin roof overhead. I remember grabbing my flashlight and listening carefully while the noise circled above me. Then came the wings. Massive flapping sounds directly outside the cabin walls. Like something large hopping around outside. The noises continued for almost 10 minutes. I barely slept afterward. At sunrise, I stepped outside expecting maybe a bear or fallen branches. Instead, I found a dead rabbit lying beside the front steps. No blood or visible injuries. Just dead. And sitting on a nearby fence post was something else I can't describe exactly. Not black and white. It was completely black, even its eyes. The thing just sat there watching me. I remember this horrible feeling washing over me the second I looked at it. And then it opened its wings. I swear the wingspan looked almost human-sized for a second. The bird, or thing, or whatever it was, flew off into the trees without making a sound. When I returned to the station later that afternoon and told Keller what happened, he immediately grabbed the orange Tic-Tac container out of my bag. And then he walked outside and he threw it straight into a burn barrel. I remember standing there watching the plastic melt while he stared into the fire. "You saw one too, didn't you?" I asked him quietly. Keller nodded. "Years ago." "What was it?" I asked. He shook his head immediately. "No idea." And then he looked directly at me. But it wasn't Tic-Tac. That conversation ended right there. Nobody explained the rule further after that. Nobody wanted to. These days, I keep green Tic-Tacs in every jacket I own. Maybe it's superstition. Maybe Yosemite Rangers just spend too much time alone in the woods. But after enough years out here, you learn something important. You don't ignore traditions that consistently help people survive, especially when experienced rangers follow them without joking about them. And whether people believe it or not, I do know one thing for certain. That black and white crow has helped find missing people more than once, especially kids. Rule 4. If you find a mirror in the woods, cover it immediately. The mirrors are different. Most rangers will at least talk about the other rules if you catch them in the right mood. Late shifts, stormy nights, long drives through the park after dark. Eventually, somebody opens up a little. Not with the mirrors. Most experienced rangers either go completely quiet when they come up, or they immediately change the subject. That should tell you something. The official rule is simple. If you find a mirror in the woods, cover it immediately. Then break it. Then bury the pieces separately. Nobody fully explains why. And honestly, I'm not sure anybody actually knows. The first documented mirror incident in Yosemite supposedly happened sometime back in the late 70s. At least that's the oldest story Daniel Jones ever told me. According to him, a pair of hikers discovered a large standing mirror several miles off trail near an old deer path northeast of Yosemite Valley. At first they assumed somebody dumped it illegally. That happens occasionally in national parks. Furniture, appliances. I've even seen a toaster. But this mirror was different. It wasn't dirty. No cracks, no weather damage. Just a tall antique mirror standing upright between trees in the middle of nowhere. The hikers reportedly stared at it for several minutes before continuing on. 2 days later, one of them disappeared. No body was ever found. The surviving hiker refused to discuss what happened afterward. Rangers tried interviewing him repeatedly during the investigation, but according to Jones, the guy kept saying the same thing over and over. I saw something moving behind the trees. That was it. No explanation beyond that. The guy checked himself into psychiatric care less than a month later. Again, I don't know how much of that story is true. Yosemite Rangers do exaggerate things sometimes, especially older ones. Spend enough winters isolated in ranger cabins, and people start turning bad memories into mythology. But the mirrors themselves are real. I know that because I've seen one. Only once. It happened during late October about 2 years ago, after an early storm rolled through the park overnight. We'd had heavy rain mixed with freezing temperatures higher up near the meadows, which meant rangers were out checking trails for washouts and stranded hikers all morning. I was paired with Daniel Jones that day. The weather was terrible. Cold drizzle, low visibility, fog hanging through the trees. The kind of day where Yosemite stops feeling so beautiful. We'd spent most of the afternoon clearing fallen branches from a trail near an isolated backcountry area west of Cathedral Lakes. By sunset, visibility had dropped badly enough that we decided to start heading back toward the truck before dark fully settled in. That's when Jones suddenly stopped walking. I grabbed him. He froze. I almost walked into him. What? I asked. He didn't answer immediately. He was staring into the trees on the right. And then quietly he said, "Don't walk any closer." I followed his line of sight. At first I didn't understand what I was looking at. And then I realized it was a mirror. Tall, rectangular, standing upright between two pine trees, maybe 30 yards off trail. Even from that distance, I could tell something about it was different. The woods around it looked darker somehow. The rain sounded quieter near it too, though that might have been my imagination. I remember feeling this immediate urge to keep staring at it, even though every instinct in my body told me not to. The frame was clean, dark wood, without water stains or moss anywhere on it. No leaves collected around the base. No mud splatter from the storm. Like it just been placed there 5 minutes earlier. Jones slowly grabbed my jacket sleeve. "Don't stare into it," he said quietly. "Somebody dumped it?" I asked. He didn't reply. We stood there silently for a few seconds, while rain tapped softly through the trees overhead. And then something moved. Not in front of the mirror. Inside it. That's the only way I know how to describe it. It was just movement. Deep in the reflection. Like something tall had shifted slightly between the reflected trees for a split second. Gone immediately afterward. Jones stepped directly in front of me before I could keep looking. "Back up." I noticed his hand was shaking slightly. Daniel Jones was the calmest man I've ever met. I once watched him perform CPR on a dead hiker for nearly 40 straight minutes during a blizzard without raising his voice once. And now his hands were shaking. We slowly backed away from the mirror without turning around fully. I remember asking him quietly, "You saw it too?" He nodded. Neither of us said anything else for a while. Finally, Jones grabbed the radio attached to his jacket and called for another ranger unit to bring a tarp and shovels, like this was already a known procedure. About 40 minutes later, another ranger named Kevin Mitchell arrived with supplies in the back of his truck. Older guy, quiet. Jones simply pointed toward the woods. Mitchell looked at the mirror once, and I could see fear wash over him. All three of us walked back toward it together, carrying a heavy green tarp between us. I noticed something else when we approached. The forest had gone completely silent. Jones stopped about 10 feet away. "Don't look directly into it," he warned Mitchell. I know," Mitchell replied immediately. The three of us carefully threw the tarp over the mirror, and the second the fabric settled across it, I heard something underneath tap lightly against the glass. 3 slow taps. Everyone froze. Just soft, fingernail-like tapping from beneath the tarp. Mitchell whispered, "Let's move." Nobody argued. We lifted the covered mirror carefully and carried it deeper into the woods away from the trail. The entire time we moved it, I could hear faint sounds beneath the tarp. Tiny, scraping noises. Eventually we reached a shallow clearing where Mitchell set the mirror down carefully, and then he handed Jones a shovel. "What are we doing?" I asked. Jones looked at me. "Breaking it." "Why?" Neither of them answered. Jones swung the shovel hard into the center of the mirror. The glass exploded beneath the tarp with this awful cracking sound. And for 1 second, just one, I swear I heard something else crack too. Not glass. Something deeper. Nobody spoke afterward. The three of us carefully pulled the tarp back. Broken mirror shards covered the ground beneath it. I made the mistake of glancing down at one piece near my boot. Even shattered, the reflection looked wrong somehow. The shard reflected trees, but not the trees around us. Different spacing and shadows. And way back between those reflected trees, movement. I looked away immediately. Jones saw my reaction. "Don't keep staring," he said sharply. We spent the next hour burying mirror pieces separately throughout the surrounding forest. Deep holes far apart. Mitchell insisted on it. 1 shard per hole. No exceptions. By the time we finished, darkness had completely settled the woods. None of us talked much during the hike back. Finally, about halfway to the trucks, I asked the question that had been sitting in my head the entire time. What happens if somebody looks too long?" Jones kept walking silently for several seconds before answering. "I don't know," he admitted. And that bothered me, because Daniel Jones usually had answers. But something bad follows it. Every damn time, he said. After that day, I started hearing more stories. Not officially, never officially. Just ranger stories passed around quietly after dark. A search and rescue volunteer who vanished after discovering a mirror during a snow patrol. A hiker near Yosemite Creek who reportedly ran 6 miles barefoot through the woods, screaming that something was walking between the trees. A ranger from the early 90s who supposedly stared into one for nearly 10 minutes straight before quietly resigning 3 days later. Nobody knows exactly what people see in the mirrors. The descriptions never fully match. Some people claim they saw movement deep in the reflection. Others say they glimpsed something standing impossibly far back between reflected trees. The older ranger described it this way once. It's like seeing a predator notice you. That's honestly the closest explanation I've ever heard that feels accurate. Then there was the boy. Lucas Reed, 8 years old, missing for almost 2 full days near a campground outside Yosemite Valley. Search teams eventually found him alive, sitting beside a fallen log roughly 4 miles from where he disappeared. No injuries, no dehydration, no signs of exposure, which made no sense. When rangers asked where he'd been, he gave the same explanation repeatedly. At the other campground. Nobody knew what he meant at first. Lucas claimed he'd found another campground deeper into the woods after wandering off trail. According to him, there were tents there, campfires, families. At first everything seemed normal, and then he started noticing things wrong with the people. Nobody blinked very much, he told searchers. And then he said something that reportedly made one of the older rangers immediately end the interview. They kept asking me to stay with them. Search teams later discovered broken mirror shards buried nearby, less than half a mile from where Lucas was found. After hearing that story, I finally asked Jones the question I'd been avoiding for years. What do you think is actually inside those mirrors? He stared out toward the dark forest for a long time before answering, and then quietly he said, "Something bad." I haven't looked directly into one since, and if I ever find another mirror in the woods again, I'll do exactly what every experienced ranger in Yosemite does. Cover it immediately, then bury the pieces separately. Because after everything I've seen in this park, there are some things I genuinely do not want looking back at me. Well, that's all the rules I know so far. Maybe there are more. Honestly, I hope there aren't. Most tourists will visit Yosemite and never experience anything strange. They'll hike the trails, take pictures near Half Dome, complain about the parking situation, then go home with a phone full of waterfalls and sunsets. That's probably for the best. Because Yosemite really is beautiful, especially early in the morning. There are moments out here when the sunlight cuts through the trees just right, and the whole valley glows gold beneath the mountains. Sometimes you'll see fog rolling through the pines, while deer move silently through the meadows. And for a few minutes, the park feels untouched, ancient, bigger than people. That's the feeling most visitors leave with. Not the disappearances, not the recoveries, not the unofficial rules rangers quietly pass to each other during night patrols. Most people never hear about the staircases, or the mirrors, or the children who only made it home because a black and white crow led rangers through the trees. They never hear about the strange things divers hear beneath the waterfalls, or why every ranger truck in Yosemite seems to have green Tic Tacs somewhere inside it. And maybe that's a good thing. Because after enough years out here, I've started realizing something. The wilderness already hides people, naturally. Every year, hikers vanish in forests all over the country. Some are eventually found, some aren't. Search teams blame terrain, exposure, animals, human error. Usually they're right. Usually. But Yosemite is enormous. There's sections of this park most tourists will never even come close to seeing. Miles and miles of forest, caves, rivers, cliffs, and valleys where a person could scream for hours without anybody hearing them. Places older than roads, older than the United States, older than anything people have built. And if something strange really did exist out there, if something ancient wanted to stay hidden from humanity, where better to hide than a place where people already disappear every year. Maybe that sounds crazy. 6 years ago, I probably would have thought so too. But then again, 6 years ago, I'd never seen a staircase standing alone in the middle of the woods, and I'd definitely never seen something move inside a mirror that should have reflected nothing but trees. So believe me or don't, honestly, I'm not even sure I'd blame you either way. Just remember this if you ever decide to visit Yosemite someday. Stay on the trails, keep away from the water above the falls, and if you ever find a mirror standing alone deep in the forest, don't look into it.
My name is Trevor Whitmore, and I work in Area 51. Not a nickname, not a cover, not some classified sounding term for a different base. I mean the actual place, the one people have been talking about for decades. The one tied to Roswell, the one tied to sightings, the one tied to every story about things in the sky that don't move the way our aircraft move. It's real. The crash in Roswell in 1947, that happened. We recovered material from it. We recovered bodies. Not human. I wasn't the only one either. There have been others. Some crashes, some landings, some we tracked before they even hit the ground. Over time, everything that could be recovered got moved to one place. Area 51. That's what the base actually is. Not a testing ground for jets, not just a runway in the desert. It's a storage and containment site for things that don't belong here. There are hangars with ships that were pulled out of impact sites. Some are intact, smooth and sealed, no visible entry points. Some are split open like something forced its way out from the inside. Some still have interiors that don't match anything we understand. No wiring, no controls, no recognizable structure. Just surfaces that respond when you get too close, like they're aware you're there. There are rooms with bodies, different shapes and sizes. Some small, thin, gray, like you hear people describe. Others not even close to that. Wrong proportions, wrong structure. Things that don't look like they were meant to stand upright or breathe the way we do. Some of them came out of the ships, and some were found near them. A few were still alive when they were recovered. I'm not a scientist. I don't run tests or study them. I'm part of containment and recovery. I move things from one place to another. I seal rooms when something gets loose. I clean up after incidents. If something breaks, leaks, or spreads, I'm one of the people they send in first to stop it before it gets worse. Most of the real work happens underground. The surface base is there, but it's not the important part. The runway, the buildings, the radar. That's what people see from the outside.
Maybe a presentation explaining what we were dealing with.
Look at this. It's not even boar or wolf. It's bear.
Assigned me to a shift and handed me a
Bulls
single
don't count. Bullshit.
5 lines, that was it.
Now I need
No
wolf.
explanation, no context, just 5 rules. I remember reading them and thinking they were extreme, but still manageable. The first one sounded like contamination protocol. The second one sounded like equipment safety. The third one didn't make much sense at all, but I figured it would once I saw more of the facility. I asked the guy who handed it to me if there was anything else I needed to know. He shook his head and said, "That's everything." And then he added one more thing before I walked off. "Follow them exactly." That was the only warning I got. Over time, I saw what happens when people don't follow those rules. Doors close and don't reopen. Rooms get sealed with people still inside. Names disappear from the system before the shift is even over. No reports or investigations or explanations. Just gone. So I did what everyone else does down there. I followed the rules. Every single one of them. For a while. Rule 1. If something bleeds green, hit the emergency lockdown immediately. The first rule looks simple when you read it. Sounds like contamination protocol, right? Something chemical and contained. Something you can handle if you move fast enough and follow procedure. That's what I thought too. Till I saw it happen. It was my 3rd week working sub-level transfer. Night shift. We were moving a container that had come in from a recovery site out in New Mexico. Didn't get the full details. Nobody ever does. But I heard enough from the guys above ground to know it wasn't just debris. The container was about 8 feet long, black. No markings except a serial number stenciled on one side. The material didn't look like metal. Didn't reflect light right. Even under the lights above, it had this dull, almost soft look to it. Like it absorbed more than it reflected. There were 4 of us on the crew. 2 on the lift, 1 guiding, 1 logging. The guy guiding was named Aaron Pike. Mid-30s, quiet, didn't joke around much. The kind of guy who just did the work and went home. I'd worked with him twice before that night. Solid guy. Kind of person you don't worry about. Well, we had the container halfway off the transport rack when it shifted. Not much, just a slight tilt. Aaron stepped in to correct it. "Easy," he said. 1 hand on the edge, guiding it back into position. And that's when it happened. There was a sharp edge along the underside, something we hadn't seen when it was secured. His glove caught on it. Not a tear, not a full rip, just enough to expose skin. He pulled his hand back immediately. Cut myself, he said, more annoyed than anything. Nobody reacted right away. Minor cuts happen all the time down there. Sharp edges, broken material. Things that don't behave the way they should. It's part of the job. And then he looked at his hand. And everything stopped. At first I thought it was the lighting. The overheads in that corridor, they flickered sometimes and certain surfaces look off under them. But this wasn't that. It was his blood. Thick, dark, green. It ran slow down his fingers, heavier than normal, almost like oil. Nobody spoke. Aaron just stared at it. "That's not right," he said. And that was the moment. That was the exact moment the rule kicked in. I didn't think about it or hesitate. I turned and hit the emergency lockdown switch on the wall. The effect is immediate. Every door in that section slams shut at once. Not slowly or with a warning. They dropped like guillotines. Steel shutters seal the side corridors. The main access door behind us shut so hard the frame rattled. The lights changed from white to red. Air vents reversed direction with a low mechanical roar. The entire space sealed itself in under 3 seconds. The other 2 guys backed away from Aaron without being told. He didn't move. He was still staring at his hand. "Hey," one of them said. "Hey, we're good. Just stay there." Aaron looked up, and something was already off. His expression didn't match what was happening. He wasn't panicking or concerned anymore. The irritation was gone too. It was like that moment, the one where he realized something was wrong, had passed, and whatever came after it wasn't reacting the way a person should. "Whose shift is this?" he asked. The question didn't make sense. "It's ours," I said. "Stay where you are." He blinked slowly, and then he looked at each of us one at a time. Not like he was recognizing us, like he was studying us. "Names," he said. "What?" "Your names," he repeated. Nobody answered him. The blood kept running down his hand, thick drops hitting the floor. He tilted his head slightly, but then he smiled. It didn't match his face. It came too late, like it'd been added on after the fact. And that's when the second part of the rule becomes obvious. You don't try to help. You don't get closer. You don't ask what's wrong. You just wait. Security got there in under a minute. You hear them before you see them. Boots, fast controlled, no shouting or confusion. The door opened just enough to let them in, and then sealed again behind them. Two of them, full gear, weapons already up. They didn't ask questions or assess or hesitate. Aaron turned toward them as they entered, and for a second I thought he was going to say something. Instead, he moved fast, faster than he should have been able to. He crossed half the distance between them in a step and a half, like his body skipped something in between. They fired immediately. 2 shots, center mass, and he dropped. Just like that. No struggle, no second attempt to get up, just down. The blood that pooled under him wasn't red. It spread out across the concrete in that same thick, dark green. The room stayed sealed for another 15 minutes. Nobody spoke or moved. The security team checked the body and confirmed the kill, and signaled for cleanup. When the doors finally opened again, it was like nothing had happened. Different crew came in, different equipment. They took the body out, scrubbed the floor, and they removed the container we'd been moving. By the time our shift ended, there was no sign of it. No stain or damage, nothing. Aaron Pike's name was gone from the system before I even clocked out. No report or mention or follow-up. He just stopped existing. And that's what Rule 1 is for. Not containment or infection. Replacement. And if you see it start, you don't wait to figure it out. You lock everything down immediately. Rule 2. Never step inside a recovered ship after it powers up by itself. Most of the ships don't do anything. They sit where we put them. Cold, silent. No lights, no movement, no response. You can walk around them, scan them, even touch the surface in some cases, and they don't react. That's how they like to be treated. Like they're dead machines. Like they're safe, as long as they're contained. But that's not always true. Some of them wake up. Not often, not on a schedule, no warning, no pattern we've been able to track. They just turn on. The first time I saw it happen was in Hangar 3. That hangar, it's one of the largest ones underground. High ceiling, reinforced supports, enough space to store a full craft without breaking it down. The one in there had been sitting for years, from what I was told. No activity or response. Just another object on inventory. It didn't look like a classic saucer. More like a flattened oval. Smooth surface, dull gray, no seams. About 30 feet across at its widest point. Maybe 10 feet tall in the center, I'm not sure. No visible entrance, no markings. We were doing routine checks. Power systems, structural scans, making sure nothing had degraded or shifted. You know, standard stuff. There were 5 of us in the hangar. Myself, a guy named Louis Calderon, 2 techs on instruments, and a supervisor overseeing the scan. Everything was normal. And then the lights inside the ship turned on. There was no sound or buildup or flicker, just on. A soft blue glow came through the surface, like the material itself was lighting up from within. Not bright enough to fill the hangar, but enough that you could see something had changed. Everyone stopped. The supervisor said, "Hold position." Nobody moved. The glow pulsed once, slow, then again. Louis took a step closer. "Don't," I said. He didn't stop. Curiosity gets people down there, even the ones who know better. You work around something long enough, you start thinking that you understand it. You start thinking it's just another object. It's not. Louis walked right up to the side of the craft. There was an opening now that hadn't been there before. A seam had split along the surface, smooth edges parting without any mechanical movement. No hinges or sliding panels. It was just open. Inside was more of that same blue light. No shadows or visible structure, just space. Louis leaned forward slightly. "Looks empty," he said. And then he stepped inside. The second his foot crossed the threshold, the opening closed behind him. "Louis," one of the techs said, stepping forward. We could still see him. The surface of the craft wasn't fully opaque anymore. From certain angles, you could see through it slightly, like looking through tinted glass. Louis was standing about 10 feet inside. He turned slowly, looking around. "You seeing this? They're here," he said. There was nothing there. From where we stood, the interior looked empty. Just that same blue glow on a smooth floor that didn't reflect anything. Louis lifted his hand, like he was greeting someone. "They're not," he started, but then stopped. His head tilted slightly, like he was listening. Then he nodded. "Okay," he said quietly. "Louis, come back," I said. He didn't turn toward me. He started walking deeper inside. Slowly at first, then more confident, like he knew exactly where he was going.
I like when it's sunny.
"Cut the power," the supervisor said. One of the techs moved to the control panel and shut down the external feed. But nothing changed. The glow stayed on. Louis kept walking. He reached out with one hand into empty space, like he was about to touch something. And then he was gone. He wasn't there anymore. 1 second he was visible, and the next there was nothing. The interior of the craft stayed lit for another 5 seconds, and then the light shut off. The surface went solid again. The opening reappeared. The supervisor waited a full 10 seconds before giving the order. "Open it." The seam split again. We all stayed where we were. No one stepped forward this time. Security arrived within minutes, then they went in as a team. Full gear, weapons ready. They searched the interior for over an hour, and there was nothing inside. No Louis, no trace of him. No residue, no disturbance, nothing. Just smooth surfaces and empty space.
Do what they say.
They scanned the entire craft again. No readings or anomalies. Nothing that explained what we saw. Louis's badge was deactivated before the shit ended. His name was gone from the roster by the next day. No report or investigation. No one asked us to explain what happened. We were just reassigned to a different hangar. The ship in Hangar 3 hasn't powered on again since. Or at least not while I've been there. And that's rule 2. You don't step inside. It doesn't matter what you think you see, or if it looks empty, or if it looks safe. Because if it turns on by itself,
It's ready to take you. Rule 3. If you see black liquid in the hallway, spray it with a fire extinguisher and call for help immediately.
Oh, it's here again.
On April 18,
Best goods in the realm.
1953, a reporter named Neil Varden out of Albuquerque wrote a short piece about a crash site west of Socorro. It never ran the way he wrote it. The version that made print was cleaned up so badly and barely said anything at all. Just a line about military wreckage being removed from federal land after a fire. That wasn't what Varden filed. The original report, the one we were shown years later in a sealed training room with no copies allowed, described a circular impact trench, scorched sagebrush, 3 burned men in military uniforms, and a black substance oozing in ribbons from a split in the wreckage. He wrote that one of the responders tried to kick the material off his boot, and the sole began to smoke. Another man leaned in too close and took the spray of it across his sleeve and neck. Varden said that the man screamed once, dropped to both knees, and never got up again. By the time the trucks arrived, the black material had spread under the wreck like tar under heat. The article ended with a line the government made sure nobody ever read. The thing in the crater was not burning. It was making fire. That piece got buried. Varden got discredited. The negatives disappeared. The crater was flattened. The wreckage was moved, and so was the black material. We still have some of it. That's what Rule 3 is about. Now, when people hear alien, they think bodies first. Gray skin, big eyes, weird hands. And that stuff exists, sure. We've got specimens, partials, things in tanks, things in freezers, things I was told never to stare at too long, even when they're dead. But the ships are worse. Because sometimes what comes out of them isn't a pilot. It's residue. It's fuel. It's waste. It's some part of their systems we still don't understand. And in the case of the black liquid, nobody down there agrees on what it actually is. One lab called it a coolant. Another called it a growth medium. One of the older recovery men told me they used to think it was alive, and one of the scientists corrected him and said, "No, alive is much simpler."
It seems I forgot about food.
Whatever it is, it doesn't stay where you put it. The first time I saw it, I thought somebody had spilled oil. It was late, around 2 in the morning, end of shift stretch, when everybody's tired and the whole facility is thinner somehow. The corridor I was in connected storage C to a maintenance junction near sub-level 2. Narrow concrete hall, exposed pipe channels overhead, drainage grate every 20 feet. Ugly, practical part of the base. No windows or labs, just transit space. I was walking a containment cart back empty after a transfer and doing what everyone does on those shifts. Counting the minutes until the elevator ride up. And that's when I saw the line. First it looked like a wet seam on the floor running out from beneath the base of the wall. Black and glossy, thin as a bootlace. It stretched across the concrete and pooled near one of the floor drains. I remember being annoyed more than anything else. The cleanup crews get sloppy on overnight rotation, and if somebody had tracked hydraulic fluid into a hot corridor, that was gonna turn into paperwork. I rolled the cart closer, and then the line moved. I stopped the cart right there. The black strip quivered once, then spread another inch toward the grate. I don't mind admitting I took 2 steps back. The air felt warmer, too. Not oven hot, not yet, but warm in a way a concrete hallway shouldn't feel at 2 in the morning. Dry, metallic heat. That's the thing nobody tells you until after your first incident with it. The liquid doesn't just react to heat. It makes it. Well, I dropped the cart handle and went for the extinguisher mounted on the wall. Every corridor in that section has one. White cylinder, red handle, inspection tag clipped to the neck.
Most people think it's there for electrical fires. It isn't. Not really. As I pulled it loose, I heard footsteps behind me. Problem? Someone called. I turned and saw Miles Farrow coming around the corner from the juncture. He was maintenance, a little short, stocky, always looked mildly irritated, like the whole underground facility was interrupting his personal time. He saw me with the extinguisher in my hand, and then looked down at the floor. "What's that?" he said. "Back up," I told him. He frowned and took 2 steps closer instead. The black liquid had reached the grate now. It spread across the steel bars and hung there for a second, as if testing them. And then I heard the sound. A tiny hiss. Just one. A thread of pale smoke rose off the metal. Miles saw it too. That's when the line feeding the main pool twitched, and another ribbon of the liquid pushed out from the base of the wall. I could actually see it feeding itself now, more of it sliding free from some seam behind the concrete panel, gathering into a thicker body on the floor. I pulled the pin on the extinguisher and sprayed. The blast hit the liquid with a hard white plume, and for half a second, I thought it wasn't doing anything. But then the front edge stopped moving. The glossy surface dulled. The stuff seemed to contract in on itself, not fully freezing, but thickening, the way grease hardens in cold air. The hiss faded. "Call it in now," I said. He should have run back to the wall phone, should have hit the emergency station and reported exactly what he saw. But instead, the idiot leaned in. Not all the way, just enough to get a closer look. People do that. Even here. Curiosity again. Same thing that gets them with the ships. Well, the black mass on the floor looked inert for maybe 3 seconds after I hit it. And then the part closest to the grate found a little patch I'd missed with the spray. It was no bigger than a coin. That was enough. The surface there turned glossy again, and the grate popped. One sharp metallic crack as one of the steel bars warped upward from the heat. Miles jumped back and swore. The black liquid pushed into the opening under the bent bar and disappeared for an instant into the drain channel below. And that was very bad, because once it gets into metal housing or enclosed pipe space, it heats faster. Something about confinement helps it build pressure. I don't know why. I only know what happens next. The drain beneath us started ticking. Fast little metal ticks like a cooling engine, but in reverse, getting louder and more frantic. Heat began rolling up through the grate in waves, and the concrete around it darkened. I shouted to move, and this time Miles listened. We both backed hard down the corridor just as steam punched out of the drain slit in a white burst. A second later came a deep thrum from inside the wall to our left. Not a full detonation, more like a heavy pipe being kicked from the inside. I kept spraying the floor while I retreated, laying a wider cloud over the main spread. That slowed the body on the concrete, but the part that had slipped beneath the grate was already somewhere we couldn't reach. And then the pipe burst. It happened 20 feet down the corridor, where a vertical channel ran from the overhead system into the wall. The metal cover bulged outward once and split open with a blast of steam and black spray. Miles took the edge of it across his left side before he could duck away. He screamed and hit the floor. The spray on him didn't look dramatic at first. It's not movie acid where flesh melts off bone in a second. It's more like the stuff decides where the heat should be, and then puts it there all at once. His coverall darkened where the black liquid struck it, and the smoke started rising off the fabric. His left sleeve caught first. Not fire exactly, more like glowing. A dull orange spread under the cloth, and he started batting at it in a blind panic. I dropped the extinguisher on the floor and dragged him by the collar. He was still screaming. I got him maybe 10 feet down the hall and hit his arm and side with the extinguisher plume as hard as I could. The white cloud covered him, the floor, the wall behind it. That stopped the spread on the fabric, but not before the outer layer of his sleeve had burned through and fused in spots to the skin underneath. The emergency shutters dropped a second later. The whole corridor locked down with that same brutal steel slam I'd heard during Rule 1. Red lights came on. Somewhere overhead, a horn started pulsing. 3 short blasts. Pause. 3 blasts again. Help was finally on the way. Miles rolled onto his back, gasping, clutching at his side. I could smell cooked fabric, scorched insulation, and something sweet underneath it that I don't like remembering too clearly. The black spray coming from the ruptured wall channel had slowed by then. The corridor was cold white with extinguisher dust. That probably kept the breach from becoming a full spread. If the liquid had gotten into both wall channels or reached the main overhead pipe run, it could have burned through half that level before they got a team in there. That's the other thing they teach you later. The fire extinguishers, they're not for putting it out, but they buy time. The containment team came in wearing heat gear and sealed masks. 4 of them. 2 with extinguishers, 1 with a foam cannon, 1 with a long insulated probe unit. They moved like they drilled it 100 times, and maybe they had. They didn't talk to us much. One man checked Miles, looked at his burns, and dragged him toward the mid-side of the corridor. The others hit the rupture point with more suppressant, and then opened a steel maintenance panel lower in the wall. I saw what was left of the liquid inside for maybe half a second. I spent the next 4 hours in decon and interview. Same questions over and over. Where did you first see it? How much was there? Did it contact your skin? Did it speak? Miles survived, if you're wondering. Barely. I saw him once after that, in the medical section, bandaged from elbow to hip on one side. He looked 20 years older. Didn't say much. Just stared at the wall while a nurse changed out one of the wraps. I heard later that they pulled him off active rotation and moved him somewhere internal, where he wouldn't have to walk transfer corridors again. Maybe that was a mercy. Maybe it was housekeeping.
Whoa, it's you again.
Either way, he never came back to our level again. Rule 4. A cut or scratch from an alien results in immediate termination. We were in Transit Corridor D. Nothing special about that hallway. Concrete walls, overhead piping, graded floor sections every few yards. It connects 2 containment wings and a storage junction, so you pass through it a lot on night shift. It's quiet most of the time. No lab work or active rooms, just movement from one place to another. It was late.
See you soon.
End of shift. Me and Johnny were heading back from a transfer job. Empty car between us, just pushing it along and talking. Not about anything important, just normal conversation. That's how you keep your head straight down there. You talk about normal things like you're not surrounded by any of it. Johnny was ahead of me, one hand on the cart, walking backward for a second while he said something I don't even remember now. And then we both heard it. A sound in the vents. Sharp and fast. We both stopped at the same time. Johnny turned first, looking up toward the vent line that ran along the ceiling. It came again, closer. Not a rat, not anything small like that. We didn't say anything, but we both knew what it meant. Movement where there shouldn't be movement. The vent cover about 10 feet ahead of us rattled once, and then it blew outward. The metal plate hit the floor hard, and something came through it with it. Small and fast. It hit the ground on all fours and snapped its head toward us. Its eyes locked onto me. Not Johnny, me. And it moved. I didn't have time to react. It covered the distance in a second, straight at me. Low to the ground, fast enough that it blurred. Johnny on the move first. He didn't hesitate. He stepped into it and he shoved me hard to the side. I went down against the wall, shoulder slamming into concrete. The thing hit where I'd been, except now Johnny was there. It lashed out once as it passed him, quick and clean. A single tiny strike across his forearm. And then it was already moving again. Down the corridor, gone in seconds. I pushed myself up immediately. Johnny, I said.
Saw the fish.
But he was
Dang it.
already backing away from me. He was looking at his arm. There was a thin, small line across it. And it was open. Blood ran down his wrist. Red. For now. Don't, he said. I took a step toward him anyway. Let me see it. Don't, he said again, sharper this time. He turned and moved fast toward the nearest containment room, door C12. He hit the panel. Override code. The door opened. I was right behind him. Johnny, wait. He turned just long enough to shove me back out of the threshold. Same way he pushed me out of the path of the thing. The door started closing. Stay out, he said. And then it sealed. I hit the panel immediately. Override, denied. I hit it again, denied. Inside, he was already moving. He crossed the room to the far side, grabbed a manual control handle, and locked the internal system down. Full containment. No exit. He looked back at me through the glass. He shook his head once. And that was it. I kept hitting the panel. Open it, I said. The alarm kicked in. The system had already flagged it. Contamination risk. The corridor sealed behind me. The red lights dropped. Heavy doors closed off both ends. He leaned against the wall for a second, breathing steady, still in control. The cut on his arm was already changing. The blood didn't stay red.
Hello.
It darkened first, and then shifted into that same thick green I'd seen before.
See you soon.
It didn't happen all at once. It spread through slowly, like dye bleeding through water. He looked down at it once, then back at me. He didn't say anything. The containment team arrived fast. 4 of them, full gear, weapons ready. They didn't ask what happened or check me. They didn't check the panel. They just looked through the glass, saw his arm, saw the color, and that was enough. One of them hit the external control. The system engaged immediately. I heard the vents open up above him, and a low hiss filled the room. The temperature inside the room started climbing fast. You could see it in the air, the distortion rolling across the space as the heat built. The surface of the glass trembled slightly. I hit the panel again, harder this time, telling them to stop, but nobody responded. Inside the room, the heat hit all at once. He dropped to one knee, then the other, still facing forward, not looking away. By then, the cut on his arm had gone full green, and the skin around it was changing in a way I can't really describe. It wasn't burning like normal fire. It was something else. The system ran for another 30 seconds, then it stopped. The vents shut off, the room cooled slowly. The distortion faded from the air and the glass cleared again. He was dead. I stood there for a long time after they were gone, just looking into that room, the spot where he'd been standing. He saved me. And then they killed him. Rule 4. If something touches you, if it cuts you, if it even scratches you, immediate termination. And this brings us to the last rule. Rule 5. If anyone asks you about Area 51, laugh. Tell them it's not real. The rule isn't just for strangers. It's not just about reporters or people online. It's about the people who know you. The ones who notice when something's wrong.
After what happened in Corridor D, they kept me on site for debrief. Same questions over and over. Where it came from, how fast it moved, whether I was touched. Once they cleared me, they gave me instructions. If I spoke to anyone about what happened, I was to say it was a workplace accident. Off-site, nothing more. They were very clear about that. I left that night and I drove straight to my mother's house. Didn't sleep or stop, I just drove. She was in the kitchen when I walked in. Coffee going, radio on, same as always.
Could you give me some
She
directions
turned,
on what I should
saw
do?
me, and she knew something was wrong. What happened? I told her to sit down. She did. I sat across from her and I didn't drag it out. I told her there'd been an accident. I told her Johnny was involved. I told her he didn't make it. And she didn't ask questions. She just cried. After a minute, she wiped her face and asked when it happened. I told her and she nodded once. And then we sat there in silence. I couldn't look her in the eyes. I went back to work the next day.
Will it take long?
His name was gone. No file or shift log. No record he'd ever been there. You know, he worked there 15 years. I asked the supervisor about it. He didn't even look up at me. You handled it correctly, he said. That was the answer. Later, management sat me down and repeated the instructions. Car accident. No details. Repeat it if anyone asks. And I did, for a while. I said what they told me to say. But I am done with that now. Because Johnny wasn't just a co-worker. He was my little brother. And I'm not lying about this place anymore. I'm not following Rule 5 anymore. I don't care what happens to me. I'm gonna tell my mother the truth. I'm gonna tell everyone the truth.
decorations?
My mother has lived in the same apartment building for the last 2 decades. Even 3 years ago, she had her car accident, went through 6 months of therapy to be able to walk again. She refused to move from her 5th-story home she'd had since I moved away from college. I tried to point out that while she was getting around okay with her new cane, the ground floor place would be a lot more convenient. She nodded toward the hallway. She pointed out that the elevator made every floor the ground floor. When I asked her what she'd do if the elevator went out, or if there was a fire, she just shrugged. Well, Maddie, I guess I'll just tumble my ass down the steps. My mother's attachment to her apartment isn't limited to the place itself, of course. She likes the neighborhood. She also likes her neighbors. Apartment buildings are funny. A lot of times you live with dozens of other people without knowing them at all. But her apartment had enough long-term tenants that, over time, people grew familiar with each other. They chit-chat in the hallway. Occasionally, they might have a party or water each other's plants. For her part, my mother was among the most social of the social butterflies in the building. She worked from home, which gave her plenty of opportunities to encounter the strangers around her and make them something more. Her next-door neighbor, Mrs. Seabird, had been one of her closest friends for a number of years. I remember in my 20s, I'd come home to visit and they'd be hanging out like college roommates in one apartment or the other, talking, watching a movie, or having a couple drinks. Then, very suddenly, it just stopped. Mom stopped mentioning her at all. And when I asked what Mrs. Seabird was up to, she just sounded anxious and changed the subject. It wasn't until a few years later that Mom told me that her friend had cut all ties with her and pretty much everyone else in the building sometime back. At first, she hadn't known why. She'd been worried that she'd offended the other woman somehow, or that something was wrong. She tried to call her or get her to the door multiple times, but she refused to respond beyond telling her through the door that she wasn't interested in socializing anymore, to please go away. And so, as much as it hurt and worried her, she had. I could tell as she told me about the death of their friendship, it still caused her a lot of pain. And I found myself both sympathizing with my mother and feeling resentment towards the woman that had been a good friend to her for so long. I asked Mom if she'd ever found out the reason behind the sudden change. She had. That had been the reason for her call and her confession to me. Just that morning, all of the tenants had gotten a note in their mailboxes from Mrs. Seabird. It said in short fashion that for the past several years she'd been dealing with a degenerative neurological disorder, and that it had been her decision to withdraw from an active social life for reasons that were her own. But as she neared the end of that decline, she was going to have a regular nurse that would likely turn into full-time hospice care in under a year. She offered this note as a brief apology and an explanation for the equipment and staff that was utilizing the elevator, briefly cluttering the fifth floor hallway from time to time. She thanked everyone for their past friendship and asked that they continue to respect her wish for privacy. My mother was crying as she told me this. She said that she had the strong urge upon reading the note to go to Mrs. Seabird and try to talk to her anyway, let her know that she was there for her anytime she needed anything. Yet, as she headed down the hallway with the well-meant plan in her mind, she saw the woman's door was already open. Two large men were maneuvering a large hospital bed into the narrow front door frame, grunting and muttering as they twisted it this way and that. Mom had looked past them into the apartment. It was largely dark, except for patches of gray morning sun deeper inside. She could see a part of the living room where her and Mrs. Seabird had spent so much time together. And then, after a moment, she realized she was seeing Mrs. Seabird herself. The woman was sitting in a chair, shrunken and gray, with long, stringy hair, and a drawn face punctuated by wide, staring eyes. She looked 20 years older instead of 4, a ghost of the woman she'd once known. Mom had raised her hand in solemn greeting, testing the waters to see if catching the other woman's attention might be enough to reestablish even tenuous contact. Mrs. Seabird's eyes had shifted, even at a distance. Mom had been sure she'd seen her, but she didn't smile or wave, didn't stir at all. The only signal, a glance in her direction, was there, and then it was gone. As her old friend went back to staring at, well, she had no idea. Her heart breaking, Mom abandoned the plan and went into her own apartment and closed the door. I talked to Mom for 2 hours that night, doing my best to console her. Over the next few months, she would bring up Mrs. Seabird occasionally, but the mentions grew more and more sporadic. There was no news or real signs of change, other than strange people going in and out of the apartment at all hours of the day and night. It took me a while to recognize the shift in my mother's tone when she talked about Mrs. Seabird. Her voice was still laden with worry and sadness, but there was a growing thread of suspicion there as well. Once I noticed it, it was hard not to be concerned. My mother was not generally a morose or suspicious person. If anything, I'd always felt she was too willing to overlook others' flaws and give them the benefit of the doubt. But with this, at first it came across as concern for Mrs. Seabird. Was she being treated well? Were her caretakers doing their best? Were they trustworthy? But it wasn't long before concerns had seemingly shifted to the woman herself. What was she doing over there? She heard strange noises in the middle of the night. Singing, animal sounds, even though there was a no-pet policy in the building. Sometimes, it sounded like people were chanting something. Not just one person, but several. My worry was growing at this point. Not about Mrs. Seabird, but my mother. In most ways, she seemed the same as she always had. But this weird obsession with her neighbor, was it just her way of dealing with losing her friend? Just being a weird older woman? Or was it the sign of some mental issue blossoming in my mother? I told myself I was being an alarmist. But by the third conversation about strange, terrible noises and hearing the woman over there sing some kind of creepy song, I decided to quit verbally nodding along and help my mom through whatever was going on. Mom? Could it just be the TV or something? Maybe she's playing it louder and you're just hearing that. No, Maddie. Not stupid. I've never heard anything like this from her apartment before. I certainly never used to watch anything that sounded like that. Yeah, I mean, I get that. That doesn't mean that's not what it is. Maybe she's watching a lot of horror movies or something. Maddie, I know you don't know her that well, but Cecilia can't stand horror movies. I certainly don't think she'd be watching that kind of thing now with, well, whatever's going on with her health. Given the way that she looked when I saw her last, I don't think that she's watching much of anything. Maybe, but maybe not. Her tastes might have changed, right? Or maybe she always liked that kind of stuff, but she kept it from you because she knew that you didn't like it.
How can I help
Just because
you?
you were friends and lived next door to each other doesn't mean you know everything about her. I'm not trying to be mean. Just let it go. It's upsetting you. Again, I'm not trying to sound crappy. It's not really your business. If she really is dying, she deserves to do it how she wants. You dwelling on whatever she's up to over there isn't helping either of you. Mom was silent for several moments and then changed the subject. A few minutes later, she got off the phone.
I'm roasting out here.
For that, we talked a little less frequently, but when we did, the subject of Cecilia Seabird didn't come up. Until 2 weeks ago, when I answered a phone call from Mom as I was driving home from work. She's well. What? Who's well? Cecilia. I just saw her walking away from the building as I came in from the store. She looks better than I've ever seen her. Younger and strong. She was walking by herself without any problem. And if I didn't know better, I'd have sworn she was no more than 30. Well, I mean, that's good, right? Yes, that's good. It's just, it's strange, isn't it? How did she get well? How did she get to looking so young? It must be something they did over there. Something happened next door. I can feel it. Or her medicine is helping her. Or she was just having a good day and wearing makeup. I'd just be happy she looks better and try not worry about it. Yeah, sure, you're right. Just let it go.
Damn, it's hard.
And again, I thought she had. Then, 3 nights ago, I got an email from my mother, Madeline. As you know, I hate sending emails. They seem very impersonal to me, and while I use them frequently for work, I try to avoid them in my private life whenever possible. In this case, however, I think it's the best means of communicating, as by the time you receive it and read it, you'll be done with it. We can talk about it by phone later on, and I'm sure you'll scold me as though I were your child. That is for later. For now, I want to tell you what I've seen, what I'm about to do. I have not, as you suggested, set aside my concerns for Cecilia.
How is life?
Seeing her out and about that first time, I saw her making frequent trips here and there. I would catch glimpses out my window that faced the street, and twice I saw her while I was out myself. She seems to be primarily frequenting the park and shops in our neighborhood. It wasn't until the 3rd day of this that I decided to approach her, tell her how happy I was that she was doing better. Maybe even suggest we get together like old times. She was walking back from the local drugstore. I saw an opportunity. I fell in beside her and asked how she was doing. Up close, the difference in her was far more amazing. It's not makeup. She really looks a lot younger. If I didn't know her so well, I'd be convinced it was a younger sister or daughter.
Take care.
No. Without question, it was her. Not that you could judge it by how she acted. She knew me, was polite. She was very distant and strange. Her words and actions were all fine, bordering on unfriendly. But everything else about her was wrong. Her expressions, the tone of her voice, the way she moved, it all seemed off. And not just because of the passage of time, I can tell you. She also had this odd thing she kept doing. As we spoke briefly, she would periodically twist her mouth slightly. It was as though she tasted something sour. Neither of us ever acknowledged it. And before I knew it, she had brushed me off and went on her way. This could have been the end of it. And maybe it should have been. I admit that my feelings have been hurt by all this more than they should have. I have focused on it more than is reasonable. I told myself those very things as I began to follow her for the next couple of days. You know how that sounds. I knew at the time, and I still did it. Again, I expect to hear from you on it when we talk, and I won't say I'm undeserving of some choice words. But in my defense, I get it at least in part because of this feeling of wrongness, of danger, that I just couldn't shake. It's bothered me for months now, and talking to her on the street, well, made it worse, not better. So, I followed her, as subtly as I could, of course. And to be fair, I think I did a good job overall. I never saw her noticing me trailing behind, or set up at a nearby vantage point when she went to the grocery store, or walking at the park. And, to be fair, the mundane routine of her trips was comforting to me. She wasn't doing anything that odd or different from the old Celia I'd known. Perhaps I was just overreacting after all. But then, on the 4th day of my spying, she walked past the park and into the woods that lay beyond. I almost didn't follow her. Part of it was shame for spying on her. Part of it was fear at getting caught. Because I'd come to realize that, for some reason I couldn't totally explain, I was a little afraid of her now. That may sound crazy to you. I suspected you worried about my mental health over the last few months, for we're both being honest. So have I. But it didn't change the powerful feeling I had that there was something wrong with my friend. And if I could possibly help, I needed to try. So, I followed her into the woods. She didn't go too far before reaching a small clearing, and the group of people that waited for her there. A couple I recognized from town. Another 2 or 3 I'd seen coming in and out of Cecilia's apartment over the last few months. The rest of them better than a dozen figures circling her were strangers to me. Or, if I knew them, I was too distracted to know or care. They'd encircled her as soon as she walked into the clearing, their voices echoing off the ring of trees as they began to chant.
Damn, it's hot.
In much the same way as the noises that I told you about from her apartment, there was a large, round, wicker basket in the middle of the circle, and Cecilia went to it and lifted the lid off without hesitation.
Have a good day.
Glancing down into it, I saw her mouth twist slightly, and she smoothed her skirt and knelt down before it.
How are
This
you?
next,
Good luck.
I think I'm
Hello
crazy.
there. Take care.
It's unavoidable. It's the truth. I need there to be a record of this, both for me and for you. And, well, I don't want to be the only proof of this having happened, just in case things go differently than I'd like. Cecilia opened her mouth wide and leaned over the basket. At first, I thought she was going to throw up. And I guess, in a way, she did. But it wasn't vomit that came out. It was snakes.
How do you do?
Thick, black and green snakes, impossibly wide and long, slid out of her mouth into the basket, one after another.
So long.
I didn't count.
The heat is
Over a
unbearable.
dozen. Far more than could possibly have been inside her, given their size. She had filled the basket by the time she was done. After it was over, Cecilia simply stood up, replaced the lid on the basket, and dabbed at the corners of her mouth for any errant lipstick. She gave no indication of being troubled by the horrors she just vomited up, and after a brief glance around the group, she headed off in the direction of home. I stayed where I was for the next 3 hours. I watched the others carry the basket away, and I saw or heard no signs of them returning. I was still terrified of being seen or caught, so I waited until the light started to grow dim, and then made my way back to the apartment to write this email. I'm going over there tonight. Right now. I can hear her over there, I think. And I have to confront her. And help her. If I don't do it now, if I talk to you first, I'll be too scared and too weak to do it. And maybe that would be the safer choice. The smarter choice. That doesn't mean it's the right one. I'm too old to want to add any more regrets that I can help. It may be that I call you before you even read this. But if not, please, don't worry. I'll call you when I'm done. Either later tonight or tomorrow. If you haven't heard from me by tomorrow night, please check up on me. But under no circumstances are you to interact with Cecilia or any of the strangers here. I've debated not telling you any of this. Fear will push you toward the very people I'm afraid of.
Damn, it's hot.
I'm trusting you to listen to me in this. If something goes wrong, not that it will, please let the authorities do whatever can be done. Stay out of it. Do not catch the attention of these people and whatever terrible things they are doing. I love you. Stay safe. Talk to you soon. Mom.
Damn, it's hot.
I didn't read that email until the morning after it was sent, and I naturally texted and then called Mom to see how she was doing. There was no answer after the first time or the second, and by mid-afternoon, trying her once an hour. It was around 3 when she picked up. Yes? Mom, it's Maddie. I've been calling. I got your email. You okay?
The
How are you
heat
feeling?
is unbearable.
Hey, Maddie. Fine, dear. Just fine. How are you? Okay. Just worried. Did you go over there? Is this Seabird's place? Oh, yes. She's doing fine, too. We've actually become quite close again recently. But, I mean, that email really had me worried. The snakes and... Oh, God. So sorry, Maddie. It was meant as a joke. Well, me and Cecilia got a little tipsy yesterday, celebrating our reunion and all.
It's unbearable.
Got to laughing about how paranoid and worried I've been. We've been telling you all this weird stuff. Well, we wound up writing that email. Kind of prank, I guess. I was going to call you last night and tell you it was a joke. But honestly, we fell asleep, and I guess I slept most of the day away. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it really got me. Fuck. Hey, are you sure you're okay? Fine as paint, dear. Thank you for calling, but I really must be going. Talk to you soon, okay? How about if I flew out this... The line was already dead. I'm writing this all down now, because... did fly out yesterday. At the time, I was worried that Mom might be hiding some kind of mental breakdown and wanted to make sure it was all a prank like she claimed. I decided against calling her, warning her that I was coming. I wanted to see things as they were, not how she wanted to present them. I felt guilty about it, but it was the only way I could be sure she was okay. So, I flew into town, rented a car, and drove over to her apartment. I buzzed her apartment, but there was no answer. After several tries, I decided to try Mrs. Seabird's place. No answer there, either. It was as I was turning to head back to my car that I saw them walking up the street together. It took me a second to recognize them. Mrs. Seabird... Well, my mother had been right. She looked younger than me, and more healthy and beautiful looking than I ever remembered. As for my mother, she looked different as well. Her skin was pale and ashen, with flakes of dry skin scaling up on her cheeks and arms. Her hair looked dry and brittle as broom straw. Her lips were split and scabbed at the corners, as though her mouth had been stretched too wide or too long. Despite all of that, she was smiling as I approached them. Hello, Maddie. Great surprise. Her voice was hoarse, but she kept a light tone as she met my eyes. Light, but uncaring. Not at all her normal reaction when she saw me after a few months, especially if it was a surprise. Hey, Mom. I glanced at the other woman who was regarding me coolly. Hey, Mrs. Seabird. Hi, Madeline. Good to see you. Her expression didn't change, but her gaze shifted to my mother. She'd be going. My mother glanced at her and then back to me with a slight nod. Yes. Great so, dear. Good to see you. I'll have to visit again while you're in town. I couldn't hide my surprise. Can you do something now? Or can I go with you guys? I'd really like to talk to you. See you for a bit. Her mouth twisted slightly as though she'd bitten into a lemon. Not right now. You really should have called before you came. It's very inconsiderate. She glanced at Mrs. Siebert again. In any case, you're late for an appointment. I'll discuss this with you later. With that, they walked past me without another glance. I thought about following, about pressing the issue. There's no point. Whatever strange influence Mrs. Siebert might be exerting on my mother was too strong. I needed to get her alone. So I'm writing this because of what I've seen. All my mother had seen before. I don't know what parts of it I believe and what parts I don't. I'm scared enough now that I want there to be some record of it all. Because I understand what Mom meant now about the wrongness that you feel. I felt it being around Mrs. Siebert and Mom yesterday. I can't tell you how or why. There's something off beyond their appearances. Something has happened here, or is happening here. I have to try to figure it out. I have to talk to Mom. It seems like I wasn't the only one with that idea. As I'm writing this, I just got a text from my mother. She wants to meet tonight at her apartment around 8. I offered to pick us up some dinner and bring it over, but she said not to worry. The meal is already taken care of. Become a channel member today for early access, bonus videos, and special emojis only available to members. Check out the description below or click the join button for more info.
I'm roasting out
Another way
here.
to help support the channel. Please consider joining my Patreon page at patreon.com/JordanGroup4. As a patron, you'll get access to bonus videos and content. You'll be credited at the end of every video going forward. And if you decide to stay for 3 months, I'll name a character after you, which will be featured in a Hollow's End story. Links to join the Patreon are in the description. Thanks everyone for listening. Please like, subscribe, and comment to help the channel continue to grow. And see you again next time at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Hope you have a great night.
Did you do it? Did you mail? Terrence leaned against my cubicle and raised an eyebrow. I was gonna put them through the letterbox, I said, struggling to remember when and what I told him. It seemed like a waste of time to go to the post office and actually mail them. She'll get them all the same. And he nodded. They're just tough. How long?
Oh, this culture.
16 years. That's a fair stretch. We had to do counseling ourselves. Nothing serious, you know. But it's easy to stop looking at each other as, well, a person. Sharing secrets is a good way to open that communication back up. That was a fair point. And I nodded to show my agreement. Not that I wanted to get into any of this with my boss. It was personal business. I wasn't even entirely sure how he knew that we were having problems, let alone what homework we'd been given by the therapist. Look, I began to say while gesturing half-heartedly to my computer. I've got work to... What'd you write? What was your secret? The question caught me off guard, and I'm sure my face showed it. But Terrence was unfazed. Come on, tell it. I decided to lie. I wrote that I don't enjoy cooking as much as I say I do. Oh, please, he groaned while rolling his eyes. We both know she doesn't do the cooking. How the thing about me, he said, while suddenly pulling over an empty chair and sitting on it so close to me that our knees touched. The thing is, you gotta learn to trust one another, and over and above anything else. Does that make sense? Up close, I could see sweat beading on his forehead. No, I stammered. Put it like this. You haven't had her first secret yet. You might be wondering if she's going to post it to you, like the exercise required. Or if she's just gonna slip it onto the kitchen table one morning. Or if she would just hand it to you one-on-one. No expression. Nothing to say other than, this is yours, sort of thing. But that doesn't really matter, does it? And you need to learn to trust that she's gonna get it to you no matter what. And that's the bond between you. So why concern yourself about the details? Why worry about how and why of all of it? You need to put your faith in her. Still smiling, he reached into his pocket and removed an elegant cream envelope the size of a playing card. My name was written on the front of it in my wife's perfect cursive. Terrence gently placed it on my lap and went to get up, but as he leaned out of his chair, he stopped just as his face was closest to mine. I've had this in my pocket since the day I hired you, he said, before walking away with a cheery confidence. Astounded, unnerved, but not quite afraid. Not yet, anyway. I opened the envelope and read what was inside. Unlike you, Terrence has never had any choice in the matter. What the fuck? I muttered, and stood up to try and find where my boss had gone. He was standing in his office and staring right at me, one hand on the sliding door that led to the balcony outside. He smiled and gave me a wave before opening them and stepping out into the open. And then he began to jog. And like a swimmer taking a dive, he jumped head first over the railing. They laid a rubber sheet over what was left of him. I wondered if at some point someone would have to come along with special equipment to scrape my boss off on the street. Until then, they couldn't just bag him. Not in that state. And certainly not all of them at once. I think it's best if you don't drive home. The police officer was a stern woman in her 40s. Luminescent yellow jacket, hooded eyes, and a thin line for a mouth. I found it hard to maintain eye contact with her. You've been through a lot. Do I need to make a statement? I asked. The jittery, washed-out sound of my voice surprised me. Helpless and afraid. Like a child after a big temper tantrum. The CCTV footage is fairly clear-cut. We might contact you a little later, but we can't see any reason this won't be ruled a suicide. Right now, I'm most concerned about you. Do you have someone that you can call? She glanced at my wedding ring. No, I said with a firm shake of the head. I'd like to see the doctor first. And that's a smart thing to do. You look like you're in shock. She took my arm and guided me to the car, a bright yellow monstrosity. I've grown up hiding from cars like that, ducking under bushes and stubbing out joints or emptying cans of lager into the soil. Climbing into the back felt incredibly wrong, like she'd seen it all and knew what to expect. She turned the ignition and it started to rain. I thought of Terrence's remains going running in the water, swirling down drains like raspberry ripple. And I had to shut my eyes to clear the image. Are you sure you don't have anyone to call? I opened my eyes and I saw her angling the rearview mirror to get a good look at me. My wife's on a trip. A work trip, I lied. I'll talk to her after the doctor. I just don't want her to worry about anything. She appeared to chew on this for a moment before speaking again. It's hard, having a spouse who's always away for work. My husband, when he did come home, oftentimes it felt like he weren't even there at all. Quiet, disinterested. Good with the kids, but it was just us. He shut down. I nodded, unable and unwilling to engage in the conversation. He was a good man. Just not a feely kind of man. Mind you, if I had one of them, I probably wouldn't like it. I zoned out and put my head against the window and closed my eyes. I focused on the sound of rain against the glass and let my mind go blank. Unlike you, Terrence has never had any choice in the matter. The words were an intrusion, and I sat up straight to try and stop them sticking. All it takes is just a look now and again, a gentle squeeze of the hand, or even just the fact that he comes home at all. I guess what I'm trying to say is that love isn't always expressed the way that we expect it to. Jesus Christ, I thought. Is she still going? I mean, look at a dog, right? she continued. They expect love to be expressed by sticking a nose up their ass. But over time, they learn that being scratched behind the ear is just as good. The food, the water, the shelter. Our love may not be in the same language, but they understand it just as well. They know. And that's what I think that you need to take forward with your wife. The same way a dog owner has to make lots of decisions on the dog's behalf. When they have to have a bath, when they go for walks, when they're disciplined, when they're castrated, when they're euthanized.
I'm boiling.
Well, your wife has to make tough decisions all the time, too. And you may not understand them, but you just need to remember that it's all done out of love. Thoughts were trickling into my mind a little too fast. What's happening? What did the letter mean? Why is this woman saying these things? Why does she look so afraid? I looked outside and I saw that we were pulling into an old industrial estate. And in the distance, the city rumbled. But out here on the other side of the river, there was nothing but muffled silence. Even as a kid, we didn't come to places like this. Where are we going? I asked. I tried to get a closer look at my surroundings. The rain was so heavy that the world had turned a sullen twilight, and I could barely make out the shape of the road through the water-dappled windows. And she laughed. You've been staring out that window so long, you haven't once looked at the seat beside you. My heart sank. I could have sworn the seat was empty when I got in. Surely I would have noticed. I looked and I saw it. A letter. You should be a little more observant, she said as we rolled into an empty lot. Its sole occupant, a red brick building with faded white letters. Even through the rain, I could recognize the name on the side. It belonged to my wife's family.
I'm roasting out here.
A long-abandoned milk bottling plant. And again, maybe not. Who knows? She let out a nervous cackle. Maybe being unobservant is what's keeping you alive for so long. A little dumbstruck, I reached over, took the cream envelope and opened it. And by extension, everything you have too is because of them and what you do on their behalf. When I looked up, the policewoman was gone. I hadn't heard the door go, and the keys were still dangling in the ignition that the engine was no longer running. I tucked the letter into my pocket next to the other one, and noticed an umbrella and a flashlight had appeared on the seat beside me where the envelope had sat just moments ago. I wondered if it was possible that I had zoned out enough that I had failed to notice the policewoman leaving, or even leaning over to put a few things on the back seat. It didn't seem feasible. But then again, my head felt all wrong ever since parents had approached my desk. Maybe my memory was just a bit spotty. Maybe I'd missed the policewoman leaving and wandering off somewhere. Maybe she had an answer that meant all this would make sense. I just had to find her. I opened the door, and I stepped out into the rain. With nowhere else to go, I approached the old bottling plant. It was a mismatch of jagged chimney and broken windows. Its walls covered with threadbare graffiti that screamed obscenities at the world. Once upon a time, they'd bottled half the milk for the city in those walls. Other properties with the family name still dotted the city. Some still active, others abandoned, like this one. All that was my wife's domain. The sole daughter of wealthy parents who didn't even live to see her enter her teens. She'd been running the family estate since before we met. She was an impressive woman, my wife. I'd seen old men with bulldog faces sent scuttling out of our kitchen with their tails between their legs. Rich and powerful men put in their place by that woman that I shared my bed with. I'd be lying if I said that I didn't find it thrilling. Hello? The officer? I shouted the words into the darkness with one hand on the door frame. Thunder boomed behind me and the rain fell even harder. I could hear it inside the building where it must have found its way through cracked tiles and broken windows. For some reason, the sound made me think of camping. Inside, into the conveyor belt took up most of the space. Trolleys full of old milk bottles. One had over returned and coated half the ground with smashed glass that crunched into my shoes. Up high, I saw an office that overlooked the work floor. A metal stairway that once had led to it had since collapsed and lay in one corner, a heap of rusted iron. Unless someone climbed the wall or brought a ladder, that office was off limits, had been for decades. An isolated island that drew my curiosity. And when I shone my flashlight at the window, I caught sight of something retreating from the light. A passing shadow, maybe? An animal, I hoped. But it killed any desire to try and get up there. I cried out once more in the hope that I'd find the policewoman and wouldn't have to stick around for much longer. Hello? Is anyone there? I spun in a slow circle and listened carefully. My light found some graffiti covering an entire wall. They don't like the light. The words plucked at something in my chest and left me feeling hollow. Was this the same day as in the letter? I wondered. A glance back at the office window revealed nothing, although I wasn't even sure why I looked. What did I expect to see? Beneath the graffiti, I found a set of stairs that led to a lone door, a scrap of luminescent yellow fabric hanging off of the door handle. Is anyone down there? The voice sounded increasingly desperate. I had to push hard against the door to create a gap big enough for me to squeeze through. With just one head around the jam, I caught a glimpse of the obstruction. Dozens of old boxes and filing cabinets had been dragged and dumped against the frame, a poorly constructed barricade. I climbed over it carefully, picking my footholds like I was descending a dreadfall. On the other side was a derelict corridor with broken bulbs in the ceiling and peeling wallpaper. I tried the closest one and found a 70s-style office with most of its fittings removed. Plaster had been smashed and wires were in the process of being stripped. A few plastic bags full of copper were piled up against the wall. In another corner lay some cardboard flattened like a bed. I wondered if whoever had slept there was the same person who had gone looking for copper. And if so, why had they left it all behind? The only thing of note was an old safe as tall and as wide as a man, its vault door ajar. I pulled it open and I found that the safe was hollow and without a back. Behind it, a hidden tunnel carved into the soil. Its walls betrussed with sagging wooden beams. Fuck that, I muttered quietly before pushing the door shut and moving on. The next room was almost completely empty. No carpet,
Hail, friend.
Not even plaster on the walls. Something rust brown stained the floor in a meter-wide splash. It surrounded an old drain like a halo. Nearby was an old dentist chair with frayed leather straps that had been turned over on its side. For a second, I thought that I could taste the spray of aerosol blood, but I put it down to my imagination. I tried another door and found an empty space with 3 boxes covered in a white sheet stacked against the wall like a pyramid. It was a display. Hundreds of handprints had been pressed onto the plaster behind it, printed in either blood or shit. I couldn't tell. They radiated outwards like an explosion. Hundreds, maybe thousands of hands. They varied in sizes from an adult man's to the chubby paws of a toddler. This was just the work of a single crazy person. It felt religious, cult-like. The workers, perhaps? I approached the altar and saw that they were faint imprints in the dust where objects had once sat central to the entire scene. And when I turned to leave, I caught sight of another message that had been scrawled on the wall behind me. Those who dwell in the dark love you.
How can I help you?
Was something that resembled the
Whatever you need,
of a
I've got
maggot
it.
crossed with an elephant. Oh my god. This was another no moment for me, and I left the room as quickly as I could, terrified at the way the darkness seemed to solidify as my mind processed the words. There were a few doors left, 3 on the wall opposite me and 1 at the far end of the hall. I considered checking each one, but I found it hard to imagine the policewoman waiting patiently in one of those rooms with a sensible explanation. I was about to try anyway when I heard the faint clink of glass bottles rolling across the factory floor. I hesitated, not sure what the best response was. It was probably just the policewoman up there, I told myself, but feverish imaginings kept me from running up there to find her. Slowly, the corridor filled with the smell that made my nose quietly.
We don't want to part with our possessions, even when they are far too heavy to bear. Life is a constant process of dying.
Pink, green, yellow, red. Whoever owned the Mario 64 backpack in the equipment pile would be old enough to have children by now. But somehow, I suspected that they never got that far in life. The pile rose as high as my head, and there, at the top of the slope, was the source of what little light I had. A grill set into the ceiling. I had the hope that it led to safety. All thoughts of the policewoman were gone now. I would have stolen the car if it meant getting the hell away from whatever had made that smell. The bags made a poor ladder. For each successful foothold I found, it took 6 or 7 failed attempts, and I could feel the entire mountain compress beneath my weight. I stopped only once, and when that god-awful smell finally found me, I risked the flashlight and briefly shone it behind me and glimpsed something awful filling the tunnel. I didn't let my eyes linger, not even for a fraction of a second, but whatever it was, it hit my sensory organs like a breeze block. My eyes rolled back in my head, my diaphragm shrank until my lungs screamed, and the next thing I knew, I was hauling myself out of the grill and into the fresh air. Whatever was down there, it felt almost radioactive. I had no control over myself. I stumbled to my feet, glanced around at the empty lot, and realized that I was mere feet from the door of the bottling plant that I'd fled. Nearby lay the police car, although now the headlights were on and the sun had nearly set, and I stumbled towards it, desperate to flee. I didn't bother getting in the back. I opened the driver's side and clambered in. Someone had set the heaters to run, and I was thankful for it as I sat there shivering. And before I put it into gear and drove away, something nagged at me from the passenger seat. Another letter. I took this one without fanfare. I know what they are capable of, and a few children is a small price to pay. I thought of the mountain of backpacks as I tucked the letter into my pocket. I'll give you a shot, the doctor grumbled. Not much else I can do. Just a bunch of scratches. It'd help if you told me what happened. I got shoved into a dumpster, I replied. He merely grunted as he pulled the cap of a syringe with his teeth before sticking the needle in my arm and pushing the plunger. How's Steffi doing? He asked as he wiped my arm down with a cotton swab. And I shrugged. All right, I suppose. You knew her since you were kids, right? What were her parents like? Cool, funny, clever. Like Steffi. After giving me a shot, the doctor stood over by his desk, his back turned to me, and lazily filled out forms with a scratching pen. The room was poorly lit and small. Outside, a torrential downpour that, if it continued, would quickly burst the river's bank and make the news. There's nothing wrong with you. He turned and shrugged. Looking at you. I think you just need a glass of water and some sleep. I'll get right on that. I found it hard to move. I only had one other place to go. Need me to call you a taxi to get you home? He asked. I saw someone die today, I said. He killed himself. Oh, the doctor nodded like it all suddenly made sense. That was where you work, wasn't it? I saw the news. They brought him here. What? They brought him here for the post-mortem. This place mostly handles the city's dead. He said it was the mildest piece of trivia he knew. Very little treatment actually goes on here. Only a few private patients are registered with us. You can thank Steffi for being on the list.
Hello, traveler.
There was a long silence. Something about this place was creeping under my skin. Maybe it was the piss-poor lighting, darkness behind every door and every corner. It made me think of the stuffy old manors. Persephone toured me through every time that we visited some distant relative or wealthy socialite. Old money doesn't piss its resources away lighting every room in a mansion, and sunlight won't go very far in a house with 62 rooms. Take the wrong turn and you'll end up staring down a corridor so long it has a vanishing point. Ice cold, an eternal twilight. It doesn't matter what time of day it is. Some places never feel bright or warm, and the clinic was no different. What few lights were on flickered overhead intermittently, and they only covered the corridor that I'd been led down. Everywhere else lurked in the shadow. They don't like the light. I might have something to help, the doctor suggested over the silence stretching on a little too long. Give me a few minutes. I'll see what I can do. What? But he marched out of the room and left me alone. And I waited as the seconds rolled into minutes. I felt like a fly stuck in a web, waiting while the spider attended to other more pressing business. A part of me felt like I should be struggling, looking for a way out of this fucking place. The longer I stayed, the stronger the feeling became. And eventually I stood up, unable to sit, kicking my feet for any longer.
Oh, it's you again.
I looked around. Old medical posters of the cardiovascular system covered the wall, their corners peeling and their colors faded. The doctor's desk was a mess, papers everywhere. I slid a few over and saw the inevitable. I figured, I muttered when I saw the cream letter laying amongst his things. I took it, hesitated to open it, but did so anyway. After all, it wasn't snooping. It had my name on it, and I recognized my wife's handwriting. They can take anything they want, at any moment. They don't need our cooperation. They merely enjoy it. A part of me had spent the drive over putting some serious mental distance between me and what I'd seen in the basement of that old bottling plant.
Hey, old friend.
But those words brought it all back like a rising tide that couldn't be stopped. Without wanting to, I retraced the memories, flashes of corpulent green and crumbling white, a silhouette glimpsed in the tunnel, the face. Jesus Christ. It almost looked human. Do you want to come with me? The doctor was in the doorway. He didn't acknowledge the letter in my hand. Do I have a choice? Yes, but not the one that you think.
Hello.
I followed. I could give you a pill, he said as he walked ahead. A left turn, a right turn. He moved quickly through the hallway and downstairs. I felt like I was being led deeper into a maze. The clinic was huge, but what you really need is perspective. A small room, a metal door as thick as my arm. It was only when the doctor hauled it open with both hands and ice-cold air washed over me that I realized that the room beyond was a walk-in freezer. It looked like it was full of some kind of bodysuits, maybe like the ones the hazmat guys wear. But then I saw the faces. Eyeless, distorted, pale. They glared at me from the shadows. I found my feet rooted to the spot and a wave of panic washed over me. Don't worry. They're just things. The doctor hit the light and I saw him smiling inside the freezer. On either side of him were rows of what looked like Halloween costumes. Rubbery sheets of human skin dangling in loose outlines of the human form, shapeless and empty. There were many different faces among the racks, old and young.
Have a nice day.
An array of people laid out like appetizers. One of them had feet that didn't reach half as far as the rest. A child. Marriage is tough, he said as he ran a finger across one of the racks. I cringed at the sight of those things in motion. I'm surprised Stephanie bothered with it, given her station. Carefully, like a tailor, he took one of the suits off the rack and held it up for me. Don't look away. His words were impossible to ignore. I examined the front of the suit. A woman in her 20s, perhaps. It was hard to tell. She had a small scar on her chest, blemishes on her arms and face, a ring of blood scabbed around each eye. And once the doctor was satisfied that I'd gotten a good look, he turned the suit around, and I saw a slit in the skin that began at the nape of the neck and ended at the coccyx. The knowledge required to fit something as large as a van into a space this small. He slid a finger into the hole and held it open for me to see the crimson underside of flayed skin. There's 1,000 years ahead of you. But to us, it is as primitive as room. My mouth went dry. I felt parts of me loosen. Without really changing, the doctor's features took on an unusual expression, and I suddenly became aware that I was looking at a bad costume, and I got the strangest sensation that he had far too many vertebrae. Persephone has asked that you remain unharmed, he said with a mouth that drips tar, but deals are not made by proxy. She doesn't have the authority to speak on either our behalf or yours. Her value to us is clear. We use her family's assets to siphon meat, skin, and pain from your rancid world. Why would we ever extend the same protections to you that we do to her? Especially now that you have gone sniffing around our business. A halo of darkness extended around the doctor. His human form dissolved into shadow until only eyes and a mouth remained, like some psychotic Cheshire cat. I took a few steps back and felt to the door behind me. It was half open. I found myself wondering if I was quick enough to do it, if I was ready to test myself against this living inkblot that hurt just to look at. Question, by the way, he said with a voice like grinding rock. Wasn't rhetorical. I turned and I slammed the freezer door and locked it from the outside. I stumbled backwards and expected to hear the monster raging against the door. But there was only laughter. The clinic was bigger on the inside than the outside. Endless corridors and rooms, cold steel slabs, tables with sharp instruments that hurt just to look at. The place was mostly empty, but occasionally I would catch sight of a passing shadow or hear approaching footsteps, and I would be forced to duck into some room and hide. Furtive peeks revealed nurses and orderlies wandering past with the casual boredom of someone at work. They looked human, but I couldn't bring myself to trust them. Everything in that place had an air of the sinister about it. The rooms didn't help. One of them was like a kennel, rows and rows of dog crates all lined up. I didn't think for even a second that they ever once held dogs. Packs of crayons stuffed into the bars made that much clear. But I didn't have time to dwell too long on any of this. I hadn't forgotten the doctor. He was surely coming after me, and I hadn't forgotten his question. For the first time since the day began, I found myself hoping to see my wife. Whatever twisted game she organized for me, whatever sick and inhuman conspiracy she was embroiled in, she might at least offer me some slither of protection. Those that dwell in the dark love you. The same words as the factory, only this time they were engraved in a brass plaque and bolted to a door. I pushed past it and looked inside, desperate to retrace my steps out of that damned place. A morgue, or at least some analog. Rows and rows of metal drawers for old cadavers. In the center, a steel table with straps for the ankles and wrists. From behind, I heard muffled voices and struggling feet. A young woman was sobbing, two orderlies dragging her by the wrists. Nowhere to run or hide. It was sheer luck that the men never looked up, too focused on keeping their quarry in tow. I had no choice but to enter the room and began looking for a hiding place. Meanwhile, their footsteps and the woman's hysterical sobbing continued to get louder, and I realized with a dreadful lurch of the stomach that they were making for the room that I was in. Desperation gave me an idea. I opened one of the metal drawers and saw a pair of skinless feet glaring back at me. Shit. I tried another, and another, until at last I found one empty, I pulled it open and climbed on top, suppressing a reflexive gag as my mind took notice of the foul smell fluid that had pooled along the bottom. This drawer was only recently vacated, I realized, but there was no time to look further. I climbed inside, slid into the coffin-like darkness, and then pulled the hatches closed as I could without it actually clicking shut. Just in time. The doors swung open and the men dragged the woman into the room with little effort, strapping her in. Her screams only subsided when they left, and in a way I was lucky because when I finally opened the drawer and climbed out, her renewed shrieks didn't seem to bother anyone and drew no attention. I couldn't blame her for damn near losing her mind. She was living through a nightmare, and the sight of her morgue drawer slowly opening and a body climbing out must have come close to pushing her completely over the edge. I ran over and I begged her to be quiet. I told her that I was stuck inside, just like her. She didn't believe me at first, I think. Or at least, she didn't stop crying and shouting for help. Not even when I unstrapped her. I had to fight her to stop her making a run for the doors. "They'll get you," I hissed in a whisper. "We have to be quiet, or else they'll come." She didn't manage a response. Both of us were shocked into silence by the sound of the footsteps approaching from the hallway. When I opened the drawer, she was lying there, eyes shut and finally quiet. For the first time since I'd seen her, she was no longer sobbing or screaming. The sound of her captors raising the alarm and running out of the room must have helped her realize this wasn't some strange ploy. I had genuinely helped avoid a grim fate. "Thank you," she stammered as I guided her off the metal slab. A quick glance at my ruined clothes, and she whispered, as an afterthought, "Sorry." It had turned out there was only one empty drawer, and out of pity, I had let her take it. That had left me one of the occupied slabs where I'd been forced to crawl on top of its occupant and wait there, breath held, as its rotten fluids soaked into my clothes. "Let's just get the fuck out of here," I replied. "I think I know the way," she said. I asked her what that was, but instead she grabbed my hand and led me out of the corridor and down another. With some trepidation and double backing, she eventually found yet another cold-looking room filled with desks and chairs. "I tried this last time," she said while pointing to a window high on the ceiling, "but I couldn't reach it on my own. Do you think that you can give me a boost?" I didn't even bother answering. I grabbed a hole punch of a desk and used it to break the window. I then knelt down and knitted my fingers together for her to stand on. She was halfway up, with her head and her shoulders through the window when I smelled it. Rotting. Ancient. Behind us, the door creaked open and there was the sound of uneven feet limping across the floor. The woman hadn't seen. She didn't know. She just kept asking me to give her a push, and as the seconds dragged on and I failed to help her, her words and voice became increasingly desperate. A hand on my shoulder. The doctor's voice. It wasn't rhetorical. He said once more, and his words drowned out the sound of the woman's screams as she turned and caught a glimpse of the thing behind me. "Why should we extend any protection to you?" My front door. It was nighttime. Beside me stood the young woman from the clinic. When she smiled, it was with too many teeth and blood that seeped from the gums. She pressed the doorbell a second time and it swung open. My wife, an earnest smile. Despite everything, she looked homely. "Doctor," she said with a nod. "Persephone?" That voice coming from a young and feminine face was unsettling. The doctor was rubbing my face in it. He wore the woman's skin with savage joy. They had made me watch him take it. The doctor shoved me through the door and I stumbled inside. I heard a few quiet words exchanged between my wife and that thing, and then the door was shut and she was standing over me with one eyebrow raised. "Tough day?" I could only shiver in response. "Come on, let's get you cleaned up." "They've been agitating after you for a while," she said as she dried me off. She was gentle with the towel, a kindness that I don't think that I deserved. enjoy difficult decisions. I'm thankful that you made the right one. Are you human? I asked. Mostly, she answered. At least where it counts. Over time, you'll become like me. But we'll never be anything like them. We're just emissaries, I suppose. A halfway point. Do you love me? Of course, she smiled. Why else would I be asked that you be given a choice in this matter? I didn't have to. I didn't have to buy a building and fill it with people just so you could go to work every day and feel fulfilled either. Didn't have to pull strings to get your father on the transplant list after his accident last year. Didn't have to ensure your sister's unpleasant boyfriend met an even more unpleasant end. I've always looked after you. And I was right too. The choice you made today. I mean, it was one thing to save your skin by offering up the woman. That was inevitable, really. But what you've given up for me, that was touching. I remember the doctor's words, wet and dripping, his voice seething with sadism. You could have your wife's position and all that it bestows. But we don't need two caretakers for such a regional empire. She would be redundant. Offer her to us and show us that you are better suited for the role that she enjoys. It's either that, or you will have to find another offspring. It won't be half as easy, and the reward won't be half as great. We need to find a child, I said. Not just any child, she replied before suddenly bursting into smiles, sand, tears. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, she cried as she hugged me. You could have chosen to give them me instead. It would have been easier. So much easier. And this way I know that you really do love me. I promise you, in the long run, it'll be worth it. I couldn't bring myself to look into her eyes. Now, are you ready for the final secret? She asked. And she handed me the envelope, and I opened it with wet, shaking hands. I'm 2 months pregnant. Like toddlers, she said. The child must be old enough to have some semblance of a personality. They need to understand what is happening to them. We will have to wait until they're at least 3 years old before we hand it. But she kept talking as something inside of me died.
People say nothing is impossible, but I do nothing every day.
How is life treating you?
So long. Hello there.
Dad told us all that he wanted one last time up at the lake. Didn't work out how any of us would want it, but eventually, I was the one who got to take him. The two of us were arguing as we got closer to the cottage. Actually, I was arguing, and my dad was saying nothing. I'm too sick for it. It wasn't just me that said so. It was the doctors, the nurses, Mom. Without even looking over, I imagined him rolling his eyes. He needed to wait for the weather to clear up, too. You know what it's like up here when it's cold. I remember back when I was younger, when it had been him lecturing me about cottage safety. Wear your life jacket in the boat, pour a bucket of water out in the ring around the campfire, and keep another one handy nearby. Don't fish out of season. Don't swim after eating. Don't run around while the kerosene lamps are going. And later on, when I was going up there by myself or with friends, he would tell me to watch the weather reports during tornado season, to leave if things started to get hairy. He wasn't going to be around to protect me anymore. All the advice he'd given me had been good. I used it regularly. The car's engine revved loudly as I gunned it up the final hill, trying to avoid the larger rocks which scraped the undercarriages and popped the tires of less wary drivers. The road split 3 ways up ahead, till that's Swanson's cottage, or what remained of it. It had been torn down recently to make way for a new place, 3 times the size of the old one. Construction equipment and rented heavy machinery was parked up and down the gravel driveway, and atop the piled bones of the old place. I continued straight and tried to avoid more jutting rocks as we wound our way down a steep hill, passing the green numbered sign for our property. Despite my best efforts, a large rock scraped the undercarriage of the car, making a loud ding that made me grit my teeth. "Don't you say a word," I said, not looking over. "This was your idea. And of course, we needed to do it right in the middle of tornado season." Technically, it was the end of tornado season. Still, there had been one nearby only a week prior. Wreckage could be seen everywhere during the tail end of the journey. Trees.
Oh, and Michael Schellberg, the new
Trampled through the valley, across the fields. Several homes had been destroyed. One of them, a large 2-story, looked like a massive child had picked up and torn it in half, leaving the inside exposed like a ruined dollhouse. But the forecast was clear for the next couple of days. Still, things could change quickly. Have to keep an eye on my phone. Assuming the signal stayed strong, which was questionable. The cottage windows needed to be boarded up for the winter season, so that was first on my to-do list. The local handyman, Ray, had offered to do it anytime we needed, for a price, but this gave me another excuse to come up here, so I told him not to bother this year. Branches scraped across the car windows like jagged fingernails, and I braced myself as we went over roots, dips, and jutting boulders, before finally coming to a stop in front of the cottage. The squat wooden building sat slightly crooked on its cinder block footings, the roof sagging in places. The front steps needed to be replaced, and there were concerns about the boathouse as well. It had issues, to say the least. But it was our home away from home. For 3 generations, it had been in my family. And one day, mine alone to care for. I parked the car out front and got out, walking around to my dad's side of the car. I opened the door, unbuckled the seatbelt, carried him inside with little effort. The screen door swung in the wind on its rusted hinges, but remained open a few inches, allowing in the mosquitoes and black flies. I imagined him yelling at me to close it behind me, and ignored the voice. Dad down on his favorite chair by the window. I went back out to get the rest of my stuff. It wasn't much. I was planning on only staying for the afternoon. One night at the most. It was a 4-hour drive, though. So, I was exhausted. I was having trouble convincing myself to drive back that night. What do you think, Dad? Stay the night? Head back after we board up the windows. Dark blue ceramic urn sat there silently. Animate object it was. Didn't speak, obviously. It wasn't really him. He was gone. Somewhere else. Why was I even here? What was the point? Spread a few ashes? A howling wind blew outside. I felt the entire cabin shift on its footing slightly. Really needed to fix up this place. Maybe even tear it down and start from scratch. I boarded up the windows. I said to the empty cabin and to my dad. See how I feel after that? I cracked open a beer and took a sip. Then, after a moment's consideration, I opened another one. Set it down on the chair next to the urn, flicked my can against it. Get right back, Pops, I said, blinking as my eyes got cloudy. The sky was clear and calm when I went outside. It was weird. Even a few minutes prior, it sounded like a hurricane brewing. It looked peaceful out. The sky was blue, and water wasn't even choppy. I shook my head. Told myself it was just the winds coming off the lake. It could be unpredictable at times. The little cabin was located on a small peninsula at the head of the lake, and so our family cottage was surrounded on all three. And a can of old nails from the boathouse. I set to work putting up the window shutters. There was no good place to rest the feet of the ladder. I climbed up anyway, the whole thing shifting and tilting beneath me as I clung to the window frame for purchase with one hand. Usually, I had someone else with me for these trips to close the cottage. Until recently, that person had been my dad. I never realized how much it helped having that extra pair of hands. I tried not to think about it, focused on keeping the ladder from tipping over. Pounding the nails into place at the top, I slid the board under them and climbed down 2 steps to fix the bottom. The 2 rusted nails at the bottom went in easily, the holes already made after years of this same procedure. A few quick taps from my hammer, and they were secured. Once the board was in place, I began to climb down again. Only then did I notice the top right corner of the board flapping in the wind. Damn it! It had wiggled out somehow when I was securing the bottom half. I climbed back up the ladder, this time a little too quickly and impatiently. I raised the hammer to use brute force to pound the board back into place. When the ladder began to tip over, I didn't even have time to jump off, grab anything for purchase before it was too late. Whoa! Whoa, shit! I yelled, terrified as the ground came rushing up at me from below. Despite the short distance, I landed hard, my left forearm bracing my fall against a nearby sapling trunk. Pain shot up my arm like lightning, making me howl, as I fell hard onto my back. Blood was in my mouth, and I spit out bright red saliva. I sat up, leaning my back against a cinder block footing. Why the hell had I come here? I thought to myself, shaking my head. was pointless. My dad had wanted to come back up here so badly when he was alive. He kept promising and putting it off. Eventually, after he died, someone settled on bringing the urn up here, spreading his ashes on the water. Shitty substitute for one last trip up to the lake. Sitting in the dirt, I remember back when my grandma had passed away. We'd gone to visit her stone at the cemetery. She's not here, I remember my dad saying, looking impatient and pointing up at the sky. She's up there. The rest of the family looked uncomfortable and even a little embarrassed. I understood now what he meant. His spirit, his soul, whatever you want to call it, wasn't here anymore. Just like Grandma's. It had moved on. All that was left were ashes. Rising slowly to my feet, I looked up at the board covering the window, its corner still flapping in the wind. Fuck it, I muttered. Deal with it tomorrow. At some point, I'd made the decision. I was spending the night at the cottage. One last night under its roof with Dad. I would spread his ashes on the water in the morning. The first golden rays of dawn. It felt poetic somehow. At least like a semi-decent tribute. Rubbing my sore arm, I shuffled back inside and went straight to the cooler. I opened it and grabbed another beer, popping the top and guzzling down half in one go. The urn seemed to stare at me accusingly, the full can sitting sweaty beside it. Don't look at me like that. Drink your beer. Just fell off that damn ladder, no thanks to you. The cabin was silent, except for the sound of me taking another sip from the beer can. Why the hell did you have to die anyway? I yelled suddenly, before even realizing what I was saying. Why couldn't you just take the fucking pills? You always had to do things your way. You couldn't listen to anybody else. I finished the beer in one more swallow, pulled another one from the ice. Who needs to listen to doctors anyway? They don't know what they're talking about, I said sarcastically. Popping the top, I drank from the can until my insides went cold. You have any idea how long those doctors go to school for? How many years they... Sadness washed over me then. A feeling of pointlessness. I was talking to a ceramic urn and a pile of ashes. He wasn't here anymore. He was up there. Somewhere else. Picking up the urn, I held it in my lap as I sat down on the couch. It sat between my legs as I took one sip after another from the can of beer in my hand, staring off into nothing, thinking about nothing. At some point, I fell asleep. I must have, because I woke up suddenly and it was dark outside. The corner of the board that I hadn't been able to secure was flapping in the wind, making a loud noise. There was something else, too. Something that sounded like thunder. A flash of lightning outside confirmed my suspicions. I almost fell back asleep to the gentle sound of rain pattering on the roof above me. But then, all of a sudden, the rain picked up and began to hammer down. It went from a pitter-patter to a torrent in an instant. My heart began to pound with fear as the footings beneath the cabin shifted, this time with even greater force. Branches scraped the sides of the cottage. The entire structure groaned with a gust of growing wind. The sound intensified and became more and more worrisome, until I didn't think it could possibly get any worse. And then, it got worse. Suddenly, I wasn't just hearing the building groaning and bending around me. I was seeing it. The walls were being pulled and bent in all directions, bulging and swaying with each heavy gust of wind. A gap began to narrow between the kitchen's exterior wall and the ceiling until I could clearly see the dark clouds swirling in the sky through the damage. Thunder moved again, louder than anything I'd ever heard, as if it were right above me. It rolled and rumbled for what felt like a full minute, as the wind pulled at the roof and threatened to rip it off. I wanted to get up and run, but I felt frozen, like I was paralyzed. The cabin moved, what felt like a full foot or two, as if it were a child's toy left out in the storm. The sky peeked out from a gap between the wall and ceiling, this time even bigger than before. And then the wind picked up even more. The tempest suddenly tore the roof off, exposing the sky over the cabin in the blink of an eye. I covered my ears against the growing thunder and looked up in terror at a swirling, shifting mass of black and gray above me. There was something up there, in the clouds. A figure that looked like the Grim Reaper, holding a scythe and wearing a swirling gray hooded robe. Something that looked like a massive finger began to unfurl from the figure in the swelling clouds, growing longer as it stretched toward me. A tornado, I thought at first. A tornado was forming right on top of us. And it was that, and it was not that. It was a finger, a hand, a massive tornado, reaching down to take me. This thing I had mistaken for a storm was not that at all. It was death, the Grim Reaper, coming for me just like it had my father. The swirling shape of its face stretched into a wicked grin, and as the hail and rain began to fall on my face from above, it reached down, coming even closer to take me. I woke up screaming. For several long seconds, I just sat there hyperventilating, trying to convince myself it had been a dream. A horrible, wretched nightmare. Eventually, I managed to persuade myself it was true. The first thing I noticed, once I settled my racing heart,
It seems I forgot about
was that my
food.
father's urn had tipped over in my lap. The lid had come off, and the ashes would have spilled everywhere, if not for the fact that they were secured in a sealed plastic bag inside the ceramic. As I tucked them back inside the urn, I noticed something else. A noise from above the cottage. A deep and reverberating rumble. And then, a flash of lightning through the gap in the window board, followed by a loud crack a split second later. That lightning strike had been very close, judging by the brief delay. I imagined the huge trio front being taken down by the blast and landing on the roof of the cottage. But thankfully, nothing like that happened. I realized that the storm in my dream had been caused by the real-life rumbling of thunderclouds overhead. Despite the clear day earlier, wind was now howling outside, and the entire cabin was shuddering with the gale-force winds. Rain hammered the roof, and then turned into hail. Heart beating faster. I pulled out my phone, looked at the time. 3 a.m. I was about to pull up the weather report when I noticed the lack of bars at the top, and the words, "No service." I didn't really need to check to know this was much worse than just a simple thunderstorm. It was tornado season after all, and the howling wind and hail were telltale signs of a potential twister. What the hell had I been thinking coming up here at this time of the season? Time to go, Dad. I stopped when I realized he wouldn't be coming with me, just the urn. Regardless of the storm, I was going to fulfill his final wishes. I was going to spread his ashes on the water, and I realized there wasn't anything else to do after that. It was over. Another rumble of thunder got me moving to pack up. Within a minute, I was out the door, rushing down the rickety front steps. I stopped in my tracks when I got to the bottom of the porch stairs. It was quiet, except for the crickets and the frogs. There were no storm clouds, no wind, no thunder and lightning booming overhead. It was a clear, calm morning. The sun wasn't up yet, but once it was, it would be blue skies and clear weather, perfect for a day at the lake. Had I just imagined it all? The storm and the walls moving from the heavy winds? Had it all just been some leftover remnant of my dream? No. I knew what I'd seen and heard. I hadn't just imagined it. I decided this was all too strange. I needed to leave. That nightmare had been bad enough. But to see it all in reality like a waking dream was just too bizarre. Walking on shaky legs down to the shore, I took the top off the urn and tore open the bag inside. Crickets and bullfrogs continued their nightly serenade around me, and I couldn't help but feel a bit odd doing this at night, during the witching hour no less. But something was telling me to hit the road. Now. Not in a few hours. Right now. I turned the urn on its head, and the ashes blew out across the water. And for just a second, I thought I saw something in the cloud of dust they created. I quickly decided it was nothing but my imagination. Dad wasn't here anymore. He was gone. Someplace else. And I was alone. After packing my things into the car, I put the key in the ignition and started the engine. Then, I began driving back home. It was a long drive, especially with only a few hours of sleep. But I managed to reach Toronto just as the sun was coming up. With any luck, I would miss most of the morning traffic. As I was crossing the boundary into Mississauga, I hit a bit of a slowdown, despite the early hour. I turned down my music when I noticed a call coming in. It was my mom. "Hey, Mom," I said, answering on my car's Bluetooth speaker connection. The audio from her end was turned up way louder than my music, and her voice blasted my eardrums at an incomprehensible level until I managed to turn it down. "Sorry, can you say that again?" "I'm in the car," I said, trying to ignore the ringing in my ears. "Oh, thank God. Where are you?" "Just crossed the boundary into Mississauga. I think I should be home in an hour or so if the traffic's decent. Greg's wife just called. She said a huge tornado just came through the area, and Greg was the local handyman who had offered to board up the cabin for us. I would need to ask him to check that one board I'd missed the corner on, I realized. Wait, did you say a tornado? The sky was clear when I left. She said it came out of nowhere. Apparently, they didn't even have time to issue an emergency alert. And it took out the cottage. The whole cabin is gone. I'm so sorry, son. I know how much that place means to you. To all of us. Especially to your..." She paused and asked, "Were you able to do it? Before you left, did you?" "Yeah, I did it. He's gone. He's at peace now. That's what he wanted. One last trip up there. Even if it wasn't how any of us imagined it. We're good to bring him up there one last time." Blinking back a tear, I thought about how I not only lost my dad, but now also the family cottage I'd spent so many years visiting. All of the good memories I had of that place. But at least I was alive. Yeah. Glad I did too. I'm glad you're safe. won't distract you since I know you're driving, but coming here when you get back, right? Yeah. I'll bring the urn and come by for sure. I have kind of a crazy story I need to tell you, actually. I realized that it really was a crazy story. Did anyone even believe it? I had fallen asleep holding my dad's ashes. He'd sent me some kind of warning in my dreams. Was that really what had happened? Even I wasn't totally sure. After a few minutes, I was convincing myself it was just my subconscious sending me those messages. Maybe there really had been weather outside, and it had just passed by before I noticed it.
It's unbearable.
Aside from my dreams, of course. The traffic started to pick up again a few minutes after I hung up. I found myself listening to classic rock as I drove. I turned up a Led Zeppelin song and hit the gas, nodding my head to the music. I couldn't even remember when I first heard this one, Immigrant Song. I had fond memories of it from even when I was very little. My dad had always loved classic rock. He wasn't sitting beside me anymore. I found myself talking to him anyway. It was strange, but I found myself doing that more and more since he passed away. Talking to him as if he was sitting right next to me. Thinking back on the advice he'd given me whenever I wasn't sure what to do. I guess, even though he was gone, a piece of him still remained behind. It wasn't all ashes.
Chilling tales from dark nights.
Want to make sure you never miss a Chilling Tales for Dark Nights video again? Be sure to subscribe and hit that bell to turn on notifications.
Hey friends, it's me. You know what's really easy to do when you can listen to you? Help me out, hit that like button if you're listening on YouTube. If you're listening somewhere else, what the hell? Pop in and give me a thumb. Say hi while you're at it. Helps me a ton with that damn algorithm. And besides, it's always nice to see you there. Alright, let's hop on that crazy train. On the ball. Oh, shit.
What is it?
Okay. Love you.
As usual, there's no shortage of holidays and stuff this April.
I know we kids have been taking it through the fucking house.
They never come out here. The dog carries it around or swoops it all around. When doesn't come out here?
isn't it? My own mom don't even own her own kidneys anymore, for God's sake.
Where putting that fucking dog up? The one time it shits is when I'm in bed.
Oh, that's better. Hey, speaking
I let her out once.
that's not sure you freaks the other
How many times you get that?
Turns out I've got a rich relative over.
The pad store, she's not gonna shit on the pads. I ain't buying anymore of them.
Crazy.
You do laundry yet?
What laundry?
Whatever there's to be done, I don't know. But I haven't fucked with the dryer in a while. I know you need laundry done or what? You stuck on stupid on that fucking game.
Don't talk like
Well,
that.
you've been playing since I thought you went to bed. Can't fucking stop it now so I can watch the fucking news.
I'm trying to wait for the seconds. It's done in a second.
Don't worry about that. Look at the dog shit there. First thing I do before I walk in, look at the dog shit.
Well, I don't look over there and it's dark.
Don't you? Isn't that where people come in the fucking door at? I can't have anybody over in this fucking house. Nobody. that makes